product that produces income. 303-779-6600, 779-6600, or mymoneymyway.com. Today's car day, right? Well, part of that is RVs. RVs are motor vehicles, and you need protection with your RV protection. You need good service. And I'll tell you what, you get great service at Lazy Days RV. LazyDays.com. The great thing about Lazy Days is sales and service, new and used, and they have several locations around the country to help you when you're traveling. LazyDays.com.
See, Chopper, they can get their light bulbs fixed in there, but
I think this one's fixed.
Who cares?
Oh, that one not.
Who cares?
I know. I mean,
They're dark.
For a while, they were coming in like
Every time we were here.
every week and with the wrong bulb.
Oh, I see.
It was so they had they knew when they left the house, they had a lookout. So when they had them coming towards the house, there was a lookout that they left the house in a hurry, but the cops said it was these gangs that are the Venezuelan gangs that are doing those smash and grabs.
That's pretty sophisticated.
Yeah.
Kind of lookout. They wear booties.
Doc, how did they get 100,000? Did he have 100 grand in his house?
Well, he had jewelry, and his wife had a collection of some kind of designer purses.
Not Hummels.
What?
I said not Hummels.
No, it was designer purses, jewelry.
Did they kind of know where the stuff was at?
No, they just ransacked the house.
They just went through it.
Wow.
When did this happen?
Oh, about 2 months ago.
Maybe I better lock my door. The YouTubers getting their sound.
Son of a bitch, this motherfucker.
What?
This, my cord.
Well, it looks like they are now.
Are they sounding up? Yeah, they were getting angry. The morons were getting anxious.
No sound on YouTube's, right?
It's up
No,
now.
it's working now.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. Well, we talked about this Venezuelan gang happening. 9 News diminishes it in their story, of course, along with the politicians. They're carrying the narrative that it's exaggerated and that it's not really happening, and that conservative news outlets are the ones really spreading this false story. Jay, what's your comment?
Thanks, Tom, because this goes back a ways. I was absolutely called a liar, screamed at, and hung up by one of the talk show hosts on your station when I said I simply was quoting a friend of mine. And he is, in fact, and still is, in fact, a deputy sheriff for Jefferson County. We were talking about how bad Aurora had gotten. It's terrible. It's beyond bad. And he and I were talking, and he said, you know, their gang problem's so bad, they're scared to death of these gangs. and I was speaking with your talk show host on that station there of yours, and he called me a liar.
Well,
You
I can't.
that.
Okay, I can't go back and talk about what they do on their show or
hold
how.
on now. So now it's coming up. That very talk show host has to talk to the mayor after calling me a damn liar, hanging up on me, yelling at me, and the gangs are absolutely taking over. I want to hear this voice, and you can't even imagine.
Okay, so you were hung up on.
Bad.
Well,
It's horrible.
look,
What's going on is really bad, and people need.
but
to
I understand
do
that. But
something about it.
here's what
Well, that's
happens
what
in the
they
news
should do.
media. I'm just going to tell you what happens. There are some news media that will exacerbate and well, they amplify what's going on if it looks bad for liberals and progressives. Very few, but they're, mostly Fox. And I think Fox 31 locally is owned by a conservative group. I forget anyway. And I'm not saying that they're told to do it, but they just gravitate that way. And then you have the other news media, and they tend to exaggerate and amplify stories that make conservatives look bad. It's back and forth. I swear to you, it's back and forth. They each have their own narrative. If you look at the reporting about the Kamala Harris interview on CNN, you would think she's the second coming. She's a female Christ. She is going to heal everything in the world. And she has momentum now, and she's talking about issues, and she is going to save America and turn the page. If you look at Fox and a few others and listen to conservative talk radio, you will swear to God she was a bumbling idiot and couldn't put a sentence together. Neither one of those two things are true. But somehow we don't know how to filter. We don't. We pick a side and we stick to it. And then we go for what we call confirmation bias. We only gravitate toward people and news and reports that tend to support our position. That's the way we do it. That's just life. But I swear to God, by the way, CBS 4 did a much better job reporting on this Venezuelan street gang and the previous stories than 9 News. I don't know why. Here's what I believe. There's nothing wrong with a private news organization or a private, I'm not even going to call them news, a media outlet. There's nothing wrong with a media outlet wanting to push their agenda. Nothing wrong at all. But they should be upfront about it. 9 News masquerades as journalism. It's not. It's not. Oh, some of their stories are, by the way. Some of their stories do pretty good. Their consumer kid, he's a good kid. He does good stories. And they do other stories about, like fires and murders and crime. They'll do that. But if the stories get anywhere near political, they take a side. Look at their coverage and tell me I'm wrong. They like bragging about their, how big they are and how they're number one in the ratings and all of that. But here's the deal. They are one-sided. I don't care what you say. And then other outlets are one-sided in other ways. That's just life. We're not going to have unbiased reporting anymore. It's never going to happen again. That's my prediction. It will never happen again. When I tell you I, honest to God, don't care about any narrative whatsoever, I don't care. I just want to talk about things happening. I mean it. Now, I'm not news, obviously, and I don't purport to be. I'm an advocate. I go out and I pick people to help. I like to put it this way. I unbiasedly collect information, and then I decide whose side I'm going to be on. Now, sometimes I can decide that pretty quickly. Sometimes it takes me a while to get the information I need. 303-713-8255. By the way, waterpros.net, you have a great great company for the best water systems at the lowest prices. That I know. I'm going to tell you this, okay? Bottom line, you can get for $31.95 the best deal I've ever seen. That's reverse osmosis drinking water. That's softening. That's a whole house system. $31.95. You must book it. It doesn't have to be done, but you must book it before Labor Day. So I guess I don't know if they're open on the weekend, but you can try 303-8. Let me just get the number. Water Pros 303-862-5554.
One of my buddies moved into a new house with a lot of different areas that needed chandeliers and lighting fixtures and everything. Yeah. So I gave him Bob Logan's number. He said they did a great job.
Oh, good. For chandeliers and what?
Yeah, also chandeliers, and some were 120, some were 220. So he wanted an electrician.
Electrician, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going, no, they don't sell lights. But I see what you're saying.
He said they were a little bit pricey, but I said, we don't guarantee price. We just guarantee good work. And he said, well, they did a great job. But if you pay a little more, with Bob, you get a good deal. Although I'll tell you, the worst thing, I put one of those, I don't want to say it while we're on the air.
Oh, Tom was telling me about that.
I was not happy. $2,500 down the drain.
GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Genesis has Align siding, which is unbelievable. I call it the lifetime forever siding, the eternal siding. It's plastic polymers that look like wood texturing. You can get them in dark colors, and they won't fade, chip, peel, warp like cheap vinyl. If you're doing an insurance job, why don't you switch over to this? It's a great time to do it, and Genesis can handle all of the transition. Ask for Align siding, and you'll never have maintenance again. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Did you take your kid to the airport, Scott?
I did.
Is he out selling more sunglasses?
No, this is vacation.
Oh.
Me and some buddies, they're going to New Orleans.
New Orleans, huh?
To get drunk and get into trouble, right?
I don't know what they're doing down there.
Not too much else you could do down there.
Right.
I went there. This woman I was dating, her daughter lived there. We went there right after Hurricane Katrina went through. It looked like it had been bombed in World War II.
Really? Why would you go there after that? That sounds
Well, because we were going there for Thanksgiving,
Oh. Have some wet
and her area was okay.
blooded turkey.
I'll tell you, so we met this guy. He's a 50-year-old black male who owned a construction company. So a very well-to-do black guy. He tried to stay in his house as long as he could. Got to the point where he just couldn't anymore. So he and his buddy hopped into a boat and went to the Superdome. He said, if you ever wonder why there are police, he said, there were murders, robbers, gang rapes. He said, totally uncontrolled
In the football stadium?
in the dome. He said he and his buddies sat in the corner. The only thing they did was get up to go to the bathroom and didn't interact with anybody, but he said it was total anarchy. He said it was so scary.
Society just broke down and
Totally.
kind of like the movie Thunder, doesn't it? A movie like that, Thunder, Mad Max.
Oh, right.
He said it was like that. And here's a 50-year-old respectable guy and just got caught. Luckily, he said nothing happened to
They
him.
go there, everyone went there for shelter, right?
Yeah.
After the flood. That holds like 80,000 people.
Well, they were told to get out of the town, but no one did.
Yeah.
I mean, they were warned.
Yeah.
They were.
The
No,
levees.
but I'm just saying, but
Yeah.
even so, the total breakdown of law and order was amazing.
Yeah, they say we're just always on a thin edge of anarchy. How long is he going to be in New Orleans?
Comes back Monday afternoon.
Has he ever been there before?
No. Oh, yeah, he told me he'd been there on business, I think, once before.
What I found really interesting about New Orleans, you walk down the street, this is like Deco Bar, a 5-star restaurant, and a strip joint, all next to each other. It's not like they're segregated to different areas.
My wife and I went there. It was an interesting. What I thought was interesting was the cemeteries there. Everyone's buried above ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the water table.
My son and I were talking about that this morning.
Coffins will pop up out of them.
Did you ever watch the show Your Honor?
No.
Oh, it's a 2-year series with Bryan Cranston.
Yeah.
Wasn't it a great? You got
It
to
was
watch
a good
it.
show.
It's called Your Honor.
Your Honor, huh?
It is. The whole thing is really, really well done.
Yeah, I started to watch it, and
You didn't like it?
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, let's talk about your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. First, I want to talk about the worst cars. Okay? Consumer Reports and other consumer agencies, including market research companies like Morning Consultant and things like that, what they do is take sentiment of people who own cars. And they come up with a list of reliable cars and cars that people hate, and the worst cars and the best cars. And the reliability concerns have been published all over the place. And they range from luxury cars to mainstream car makers. Ford and Chevrolet have basically the worst record, unfortunately. BMW, Honda, Subaru, Toyota, not on the list of ugly, hateful cars. Now, according to Consumer Reports, the worst scores were the 2021 Pacifica. It's a hybrid, a Chrysler Pacifica. The 2021 Jeep Wrangler and the 2023 Nissan Frontier. Or the 2022, guess what, Rivian. And the 2021 Volkswagen Jetta. See, they get absolutely right down to the specific years. So EVs are considered in general by consumers less reliable. That's what people feel. Now, again, I don't know if they are, but the consumer sentiment is that they are less reliable. I feel exactly the opposite. Now, I don't own one, but I don't. Now, well, actually, I do own one. My son, I got him one. And that car, there's nothing to do to it. I mean, there's actually not even any regular service intervals. Doc, you just bought one, so
Yeah.
you're kind of new.
My
What are your service
my
intervals?
Hyundai, it's nothing, just 10-year, 10,000. It's a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty on the battery, and there's really nothing else that can go wrong except maybe brakes, which apparently wear down a little bit faster because of the weight of the car. But that's not a defect; it's just a routine maintenance.
Now, according to Consumer Reports and their surveys, now remember, surveys are as accurate as people report. I don't think people lie on surveys, but I also think surveys tend to be responded to mostly by people with an axe to grind, or they want to be heard. Normally, really, truly. If, in fact, you do not have a beef and you love something, you actually are less likely to respond to surveys because you have no concerns. By the way, let's just talk to Steve, and I'll go back to this. Steve, what's going on with you?
Hey there. I was just, I've got a little issue I thought you could help me with, and that is I just got a call from a collection agency and pertaining to a date of service back in October of 2020. And it appears that it's some doctors group, Acute Care Partners. I never received any invoices or any communication from anybody. They just went straight to collections. I'm wondering if I
want to ask a few questions. Is it a legit bill?
That I don't know.
You have no.
I've asked them
You
to
don't
send me-
recognize the bill at all, ever. You
Nope.
never went to the
Nope.
provider.
As far as I know, back in October 20, I don't remember ever going to a provider.
This was October. It's a bill from
4 years ago.
October. You said of 2020.
Correct.
Okay. And what is it for? What kind of service?
It doesn't. The invoice from the collection company doesn't state what it was for. Doesn't give me any details. Doesn't show me any EOB information.
Okay.
It just says you owe $550.
Okay.
And I looked up.
And they don't
I
say
looked
what
up
it's
the
for.
provider.
There's no information whatsoever. Have you contacted
Absolutely
them?
Well, they actually got me on the phone yesterday.
And
about this time.
did you ask for specifics?
I sure did.
And what did they say?
And the collection company said we'll have to get that information. We don't have it available.
Okay. Now, they have to give you documentation. They may not like it, but they have to. Now, if they don't, they might say something like this. We'll see you in court, or we'll just collect it. But remember, they can't collect a dime until they take you to court. No one can collect a dime from you. They have to get a judgment. So the good news is you're going to find out what it is and if it's legit or not. And if it's not, it's going to go away. That's the good news. So if it's a medical bill and it just surfaced from a collection agency, they don't have to notify you that it's going to collections. They don't technically even have to collect from you. If you have a bill due and owing and your insurance didn't pay it, and you're responsible for it, you just have to be notified once, just once. And that notification could be, given to you at the doctor's office even. But people are under the false impression that they need to have multiple warnings before it goes to collection. In essence, collection is your warning. Now, what I'm saying is, whether you were warned or not doesn't matter. So forget that as your defense. And what I would strive to do is get documentation. And the way I approach these is very simple. I say, listen, I believe in paying all my legitimate debts. Simply let me know what this is. It may have gone under the radar. I doubt it, but I'd like to see it, and I'd be happy to pay it if it's legit. Any good collection agency will cooperate with that, and if not, it's not legit.
Okay.
If they
I
don't
know-
give you documentation, simply ignore it.
Okay. What about the requirements for timely filing with the insurance? And it's clearly past due that. If
They don't
never
have a
filed it with the
requirement. They don't
insurance-
have a requirement to do anything. You do.
No, the provider accepted the insurance as a form of payment, and then there's a contractual agreement there that they'll file it within so many days.
Where is that agreement? You actually have an agreement because you said you didn't even know what it was. So
most providers have, if they accept insurance, they have a contract with that insurance to accept certain rates for certain services and timely filing and all those.
Listen, here's what I'm saying. Listen carefully. This is really important.
Okay.
If a provider decides to take it on, the filing, accepting and filing are two different things. When they have a contract to accept the insurance coverage and the approved amounts, they are not taking on the obligation to file it correctly for you. They will only do that if they tell you they're going to do that. And if they tell you they're going to do that, then obviously they should do it. But you're confusing things. An insurance company doesn't say to them, if you take my coverage, you must do this, this, and this. All they say is this: here's the approved amount for the procedure. Now, consumers can put in their own claims.
But you can't balance, Phil. In other words, if a procedure normally costs, let's say, $500, and you have an insurance, let's say, with Medicare, and it pays $280, the doctor cannot bill you for another $220.
They can't balance
billing.
Right? They can't. If they can't balance bill, if they have a contract with the coverage, except for Medicare, they can never do it in Medicare. But when it comes to United Healthcare, if they don't have a contract with United Healthcare at all, and you go to them, they can hold you responsible for 100% of it. But if you're asking, what if I end up owing the money, and now it's too late for me to put it through my insurance? That could be a problem. Then you'd have to go back and research why it wasn't submitted and whose responsibility it was. Don't automatically assume it was their responsibility.
The other thing, I usually tell when I work for AARP, I tell them, you send an email with three things. You say, prove to me this is my bill, prove to me that I owe it to you, and if you threaten my credit, I will take you to court for credit defamation and get treble damages. And that they go away.
Are you out of here?
What?
No, I'm going to go make a call.
Oh,
And then they go away,
I was going to
Tom.
eat your pizza.
Oh.
I want to make sure she orders it too.
Well, they don't open till 11.
Get a water. Anybody, you want a water?
I got one.
Need a water, Tom?
I'd like a Diet Coke. Or, Coke Zero.
Tom, do you have to have a subscription to that AI that you always talk about? You pay for it?
No. You only if you want to step up. And I've not noticed one difference between the subscription. I let them all expire, or I cancel them.
You just go to
ChatGPT or Bing Copilot or Red Rocks Roof and Solar. They were guests on my show yesterday, and you know what? We learn a lot when they come on. Like, for example, we learn that there are ways to get systems paid for 100% if you're in a commercial operation or you give a commercial use to it. That's right. If you have a business out of your home or an agricultural concern, there are possibilities. You can get grants and you can get tax credits and you can get it paid for 100%. They also do residential systems, and they do sales, they do service and installation, and they do it all. They are not just a one-dimensional solar company. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449. Discount Bath is doing a shower conversion for $9,888. That is an incredible deal for what they do. A maintenance-free, beautiful shower where that old ugly tub was, or that tub shower combo. Get a beautiful new shower conversion, and that is $9,888. They have acrylic wall systems that look beautiful, no grout lines, no maintenance. And, of course, they have beautiful glass panels. Whatever you want as far as movement, you can talk to them, and they have templates for everything. So you call them, discountbath.com. You can even go there and get prices, discountbath.com, for your regular bathrooms. But remember, the showers, $9,888, 720-979-2322.
When we had those two realtor people, do you think if you take the bathtub out of your house, that ruins anything?
Take one out?
You don't have a bathtub. You just have showers.
No, I don't think it does. I mean,
Do you have more than one bathroom?
I have more than one bathroom, but we could build a real nice shower in the one that has a bathtub.
I've always thought you need one bathtub in the house,
That's what I was wondering.
and then the other ones, like I did that in my place. Just have one spare bedroom with a bathtub. All the rest are just showers. Some women really like to take baths.
I think if you had kids, you probably still have a bathtub.
No, well, I mean only young kids.
yeah. After that, I mean, I think baths are a pain in the ass.
I don't even remember the last time I took a bath.
I can't either. I really can't. What did you do, Doc, for a pension? Just money that you saved and made in investments?
Oh yeah, I mean yeah.
Because you don't have a real pension.
No, we set up a 401k and a Roth.
Thank you, man. Hi, Tom Martino. One Clear Choice Garage Doors for your garage door needs. Great people, personalized service, 24/7 emergency service. They are factory authorized for most garage doors. A lot of people aren't, so they can do any part of the door. They can also do the openers, including the newest openers, like those sidewinders, without all that crap above the door. I love it. I have it. Battery backups, Wi-Fi, they do it all. One Clear Choice Doors.com. That's where you find prices, too. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Okay, Gary has a transmission issue. We may have to get Kevin on the line. Kevin couldn't make it to the studio, but he's standing by. He's at his shop today. Go ahead, and so is Jeff Vick, I believe. Gary, what's going on?
Yes, I'm calling in regards to a 2010 Kia Sorento.
What's going on?
That under hard acceleration between first and second gear, it'll emit a white smoke out of the tailpipe for maybe 5 or 10 seconds and then clears up.
Yes.
My question is what?
It sounds like, obviously, and it's only under load, right?
Correct.
All right. We're going to get our expert on. I want you to hang on, okay? Let's get Kevin Calkin on Kachina or Jeff Vick or one of our experts, or we can get our smart, wise Alex, wise guys from the Springs. We got great guys down there as well. So stay tuned for that and more. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
You know what no one ever complains about anymore? And when I was a kid, we did a million of them. U-joints.
Oh, yeah.
Don't they go bad on driving?
Maybe no more.
Maybe the universal joint.
Yeah.
I think I know why, because they use constant velocity joints now instead of U-joints. So it goes right out to the wheel
Oh.
instead of the.
Well, still, if you have a
Like
a Mustang rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, I have an old Mustang that has it.
Man,
Yeah,
that's
back
all-
in the day, you could take the U-joint apart. It'd have a lot of bolts, and you had to lubricate the.
Oh, yeah, you used to bang it out with a
Yeah,
Babbitt, as they call it, which I never understood.
the Babbitt bearing.
No, a Babbitt punch. You know, it's a brass punch.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think they use U-joints.
I never did a U-joint in my life. Did you?
Oh, I worked at kind of my godfather's filling station, and we did tons of U-joints.
Haven't even heard the term U-joint.
I know, I just was saying,
I just finally got your text. If something, but if I don't make it back, you want to first right to buy my gun. So
Fine?
I said, you sent me this text. It must. I just saw it. If I don't make it back, can I?
Oh, yeah, can I buy your guns?
When did you send that?
When you were gone in Alaska.
Oh, well, okay, I made it back. That was a great trip. I gotta
I
call you.
know I opened mine.
I gotta call Jurgen this weekend.
Oh, he's still up there in the no man land.
Oh, was he on a little vacation?
What?
I called him a couple weeks ago. He didn't call me back. I thought he was mad at me
He's.
because I lowball him on his badges.
Oh, you didn't lowball him, trust me.
He wants a fortune for his stuff.
I know.
That's why he still has over 2,000 badges.
He sold a bunch of them at that show.
Yeah, I was gonna buy 8 from him, but god dang, he wanted so much money. I ended
What are we going to buy?
Oh,
I,
this,
co- I collect
this
police
cop-
and fire badges,
Oh,
and Dale's friend is an ultimate guru of badge collecting.
he bought a U.S. Deputy Marshal badge and showed it to me online.
Oh, really?
It was pretty.
Recently?
Yeah, at that show.
Oh, yeah.
I went on eBay and bought a knockoff one.
Yeah.
It looked identical to his for about 1/100th of the price.
but you also collect guns too, right?
Yes, I do.
Certain era guns.
World War I and World War II 1911s.
Right.
And I write articles about them.
When was the Boxer Rebellion?
When was it?
The box.
It was in China in the 1800s.
'Cause that was the invention of the 45.
Was it?
Oh yeah.
Was that part of the opium
Yeah.
Yeah.
wars?
You couldn't
Yeah.
you couldn't knock them down with a 38 or whatever the
Right.
military had.
That's why, because because a lot of those people, they were drugged up.
Oh, they were. Yeah.
They would charge our people, and the 38 wouldn't
Was it stopping them?
stop them. That was quite a leap in technology, going from a revolver to a semi-automatic. That was, the military rejected it because it's so revolutionary.
Yep.
So Dale, you want to look at my thing during the next break? You think you can look at my,
Well,
or should I just?
do you have an account on YouTube, right? Oh, wait a minute, you won't need that.
YouTube, but this it's the call screener on my Gmail. This is Sue's machine, but I can get this call screener on my phone, and I can get it on my desktop, but I can't get it on this.
And what email are you using to get it?
I have to use my Gmail, which
Okay.
I rarely look at.
And it should go into that then. You go on to Gmail on your iPad?
Right, so what I got it right up here, when I push, it says Tom Martino call screener. So I push call screener.
And what's it say? Let me see.
I'll bring it over. You don't have to get up.
No, the worst I will do is just,
So then you push open,
yeah.
so go ahead and push open.
Boy, this is like my wife saying, okay, open. Hit open. Sometimes my fingers just doesn't bring things up.
It says error.
Something went wrong with restoring the contents of our document from the drive. Some of my
I'm gonna call the Buddha lady at the bottom of the hour.
Oh, did they? Well, she got the Buddha back though.
She did, but I think they're gonna take it again. I mean, if they're gonna let her keep it, then it's a moot point.
Yeah. That's why I was wondering, why did she call? She got it back.
I called one of those management companies yesterday, and then I sent them a text, and they said "fuck you" on it. I couldn't believe it. So I just want to ask a few questions. Fuck you.
The only guy that's ever really hung up on me quick was that Jimmy,
Jimmy.
the moving van Jimmy.
Oh,
And then his boss wrote a letter.
yeah, this guy. She was late. She came right out and said, "Fuck
What do
you."
I want you to do? Because this happens to me every once in a while. But I have to be in my Gmail account, which you are, right?
I'm in a Gmail. It's open right now. I'm an AOL guy. I have the Gmail because
I've got them all. I have every one.
I love my old AOL, but it doesn't accept this modern stuff.
Okay, I'm going to send you the thing just to see if it.
Oh, you can resend it?
Yes.
Okay, and see if I can reopen it.
Yeah. Go ahead and take it.
All right, I'm glad you told me Jurgen's on vacation, so I won't bug him.
Oh no, he's in the mountains on vacation.
Oh,
He lives in the mountains. He doesn't do
right.
anything.
well then he's on permanent vacation.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Look, Fox is covering that shit.
Yeah.
That's terrible, man. I used to manage a building in Aurora. I'm so glad I don't do it now.
They must have lookouts for the cops because
Or they think they're the new building owners.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. What is happening in your life? How can we help you? We'll get right to the phones. Now, on reliability studies for cars I was going to get to, there are a lot of them on the non-reliable scale, according to Consumer Reports and other consumer agencies and surveys. Audis have 1, 2, 3, 4 entries. The A3, the A6, the Q3, and the e-tron. Buick has the Encores. Cadillac has the XT4. These are dissatisfaction among general dissatisfaction among owners, or a majority, or let's just say bad ratings. How about Chevrolet, Blazer, Bolt, Cruze, Malibu, Subaru, Tahoe, Traverse, the Chrysler Pacific Hybrid, Town and Country, Dodge, the Grand Caravan, Ford, the Escape Hybrid, the Explorer, the Expedition, the F-150 Hybrid, the F-250, the Mustang.
It's the best.
GMC, Acadia, Yukon XL. Hyundai's, the Ioniq, the Kona Electric, the Santa Fe Sport, Sonata, and Tucson. With Jeep, basically just says the Cherokee Gladiator, Grand Cherokee, and Wrangler. The Kia. What's that? Oh, you do good. With the Kia, you have Niro and Soul. Mazda has a CX-9 on it. These are bad cars or bad satisfaction ratings. Mercedes-Benz, the C-Class.
Do they give the years, Tom? Because
yeah, they give years. They do.
'cause
I just didn't go through
on my
all of
Kona-
them are really recent years.
Right, on my Kona, it was 2021, not the new ones.
You got a 2021?
No, I'm saying the dissatisfaction was with the 2021
Oh, yeah,
model.
you're right. You're right.
Yeah, not the one I bought.
Most of these are 23s.
Yeah.
You're right. I should give years. The Rivian, for example, the 2022. The Tesla Model S, they say basically from 19 to 21. The X from 18 to 22. Anyway, you can find these at msn.com as well, summed up. 303-713-TALK. Gary, what's going on with you? Hello, Gary. I have Griffin with me. And Griffin Ash is from Colorado Springs. He's from Action, I believe. And so let's talk, Gary, about your problem. Griffin's listening.
Okay, it's a 2010 Kia Sorento.
2010 Kia Sorento, got it. And it emits black. You say it emits black smoke, right?
No, it's white smoke.
I mean, that's what I meant. White smoke when it's under load of acceleration.
Correct.
Now, from what I can find out, could be oil leaking into the combustion chamber or even coolant. What do you think, Griffin?
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, Kia Hyundai had a massive problem with engines on those model years. It was over a period of years. I'm looking up some information right now. Does it have any lack of power or anything, or does it drive good? Just puts out a lot of smoke.
No, it drives fine. There's no indication of any problem other than the smoke.
Okay, and what kind of Kia was that?
Sorento, I believe, right?
Sorento.
Yeah.
Sorento. Oh yeah. Yeah. So if you said it's a 2010.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing an option for that here in my system.
But in general, what is it? In general, is it an oil leak or a coolant leak?
Yeah, so if it's white smoke, that would be indicative that you're burning coolant, as like maybe you have a head gasket failure. And so a vehicle can run fine as a head gasket is failing and blow a bunch of white smoke out. Blue smoke would be an indication of burning oil.
Okay.
Yes.
So how is your coolant level? Have you noticed that you're having to fill it up, or is it going down?
No, there's been no problem on that. It has been known to use oil between oil changes.
How much oil?
Probably a quart in 5,000 miles.
That's not a lot, is it?
Yeah, no, that's fine. But the reason I wanted to know the exact car is because I wanted to see if there was a technical service bulletin for it, and see if you had a path forward there, because they were warrantying these engines, and they were getting whole engine replacements from Kia.
Yeah, but I don't believe they went back that far to 2010.
Yeah,
I may be wrong on the year. It may be a 2011.
Yeah, but they're not going to go back.
They're not going to go back that far. It's over 10 years. What I would do is, have you actually looked at the coolant, not just the reservoir, but actually opened the cap and looked inside to see if your coolant level is low?
No, I've not done that. I've only looked at the reservoir up to this point.
Okay, I know. Well, that's a good indication there, but nothing else is jumping out at me with what would cause that.
But emitting smoke of any kind is not normal. Can we say that?
Well, yeah, and you're just trying to figure out where it's coming from.
Yeah.
And it's coming out the exhaust, right?
Correct. And it doesn't do it on startup or just when you hard accelerate.
Huh? Yeah, that seems like it could be a head gasket issue. As when it's under load and it's working harder, that's when the coolant's really escaping through, where that head gasket may be split and burning off. So that's, and any shop can run, it's called a block test, to go ahead and check if there's combustion fumes in the cooling system.
Ah,
all right.
You may want to you want to give the shop as much information without overwhelming them as possible. So let them know, hey, this is when it does it. That way they can try to mimic that.
would that throw a code of any kind with that old of a car and that symptom? Would that throw a code?
Well, so codes go all the way back to the 80s actually, but they became standardized in 1996. So yes, it would have a code if it had a drivability problem. It will set a code. Are you having any codes or any lights pop on?
Nothing coming up on the dash, but I've not actually had the computer checked as to if it's storing any codes.
Yeah, so typically it's only going to store a code once it's set a code, unless it has an option for pending codes, and I don't know if it does.
Well,
so
Gary, where are you located?
Littleton.
Littleton. Just go to referralist.com. We got really good shops, and just look around your area there from referralist.com. And Griffin Ash, by the way, is with Action Automotive in Colorado Springs, and he's a self-proclaimed best-looking auto technician. But Griffin, the jury's still out, bro.
It's undisputed. We got to have a contest.
Okay, we got more coming up.
I sent you 3 possibilities. Any of them open?
Try it again. Yeah, I just tried it.
Kachina, did you order? Huh? I can't hear you, dear. How about thumbs up or thumbs down? Did you order? Good, thank you.
Back in the old days. Huh?
Lazy Days RV is the place to go for nationwide support. So if you get something fixed, Lazy Days will back it up. LazyDays.com. Multiple locations, including here in the metro area, and their newest service facility. It's beautiful. It's up at I-25 and exit 240. That's the Longmont exit. LazyDays.com. They also sell new and used RVs, and they have great trade-in values. LazyDays.com. You know, the number one reason people don't go to attorneys, they don't want to pay for the thinking and for the learning and for the information gathering. Honest to goodness, if you survey consumers, a lot of them say, it takes so much time just to get them on board, and it costs hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars, but not with Keelan Park. Keelan Park, they will not charge you for a consultation on your estate plan. Not at all. They're going to go over everything you own, everything you're invested in, all of your vehicles, all of your real estate, your business interests, and your heirs. Then they're going to come up with a plan. When they come up with a plan, they will be flat rate priced for what they recommend. And you can decide to do as little or as much as you want, and you'll know the price of everything. That's a great way to do business. Keel and Park, 970-818-8198, lawkp.com.
I don't think you took it in.
You don't think
I don't
think I did either.
Because you just grabbed your notebook.
We must have been drinking the same.
Drink the one that has alcohol.
Jeez, so many young fucking people are dropping dead.
Vaccine.
Honest to God, a lot of people say it. I've never heard of more people dropping dead. God, my head is still fucking numb. It feels so weird.
What, your head?
Mm-hmm. I did the stem cell thing today again. I got one more.
What do you feel, like a tingling, like a paresthesia kind of thing?
Just numb, just totally numb. My head, they injected it.
Oh.
They did Novocaine so they could do the treatment.
Right.
But Novocaine hurt too. I mean, so it's really, but once they treated my scalp, they waited like 20 or 10 minutes or so and then did the treatment because they have to inject stem cells and with many little goddamn needles. But I didn't feel any of that. I just felt what they called the halo that they did around with the Novocaine or whatever they put in there. Jesus Christ, did it hurt. But they have a really good system. It didn't hurt as much as I thought it would because they take a vibrator and put it on your head and inject it near the vibration.
Oh.
No, it's really,
You're like
it
fooling
distracts your nerves. It really does help.
You're fooling the pain.
They didn't do that the first time you did it?
No, the first time I didn't get fucking Novocaine like this. And I was miserable. I said, well, goddamn, I want it.
God.
Yeah.
I hate it when a doctor says, this is going to hurt a little.
Yeah, that's
Right.
That's
bullshit. Yeah.
That's international for it's
gonna-
going to kill you.
That's day 2 of medical school.
Yeah.
Day 1, they teach us never say whoops,
Whoops.
especially when you're delivering babies.
Whoops.
And I never understood women who didn't want to suppress the pain during childbirth.
I tell my patients, get your epidural in the parking lot.
Yeah.
There's no reason.
There's no heroism here.
Right.
I mean, nobody gives a shit.
I
said,
wanted her
do
to
what
take
you
the
want.
epidural.
But
I wanted her to take the epidural.
I wrote,
They thought it would affect the kid.
we have standing orders when one of your patients goes into labor, and my standing orders, epidural, whenever, PRN, basically whenever she wants it, give her the epidural, I don't care. The worst that happens if it slows down contractions, but then you just give them some Pitocin, and they don't feel it anyway, so it makes no difference.
Hey, today is car day, but you don't have to talk cars. Our car experts are available by phone. And we also have, I call it Deputy Day. It's the first Deputy Day where I had them all in the same studio at the same time with this brain power. Oh, my God, if a bomb ever went off in this studio, what would happen? We'd be left with only Mark. Oh, my God, what would happen then? Anyway, we'd have to have Suze take over. 303-713-TALK. I haven't checked in with my morons lately. It says somebody heard you say, Doc can't remember when he took his last bath.
Tell them I can't remember when I took my last
Somebody
shower.
wants me to introduce the people in the studio. Okay, so as you're looking at the camera, because as you're looking at YouTube, I'll tell you. So in the foreground, the one with the back of his head, that is Dak or Chopper. Okay, that's Chopper. We call him that because he's a retired police helicopter pilot. And then as you go to screen left, you have in the foreground Scott or Deputy Dollar. And then to his left, which is the furthest to the left on the screen, but in the back, that's Deputy Bo. And then you have Deputy Doc in the green shirt, screen right. That's the screen shirt, right? I mean, the screenshot there. And then, of course, I'm behind the mic, and you see him waving. And there's a delay. There's a delay when you watch, and you're in the studio doing it live, but you guys are seeing it as I'm talking about it. 303-713-8255. If you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call. And I'm also talking about other things like this one here. Richard Simmons, I didn't know this. His autopsy showed at the time of his death, he had a broken leg, multiple contusions, cuts, and bruises. What's a contusion, Doc?
basically what we used to call black and blue mark.
Why does he have all these bruises and bruises? Huh?
I don't know. When I left him, he was fine.
And a broken leg. Now, they say he fell a couple days before or a day before and didn't want any medical attention. And maybe he had broken his leg. Didn't. Man. Anyway, no one is alleging he was beaten or anything. But they're saying he probably had multiple falls. And what I'm being told is that falls are right up there with heart attacks and strokes. Falls are a big part of why older people die.
Absolutely. They break a hip, they go into the hospital, they get pneumonia, and they die from that.
And with all kidding aside, I'm going to tell you something right now because I am getting older, and everybody is, by the way. Everybody's getting older, right? You remember Mark and Sue's had all those people come on for my 70th last year. Well, do the math, it's a year later. So anyway, here's the bottom line. Your core is so important to you, your core strength. And a really good practice for you, if you can't do it, it's very difficult to learn how to do it afterwards if you haven't been doing it. But a really good practice to see your core strength is if you can get up from a sitting position on the floor. You can sit any way you want on the floor. You can sit with your legs sideways, Indian squat, whatever you want, and then get up without using your hands.
I haven't been able to do that.
Now, if you can do that, you have superior agility and strength. Superior. There are a lot of younger people that can't do that. You sit on the floor any way you want. You know, you can sit on your butt, sit on your side, sit any way you want, but get up without using your hands. Now, or then next, try to use your hands as little as possible. And when it comes to health, and I do this through research, through personal experience, and also through my many, many years of just being compulsive about this, studying this stuff. There are three components to health and fitness, okay? And one is pliability or stretching, because you can get as many injuries from not being stretched and pliable. So stretching is very important. That's why yoga is really good. And yoga does some strength training too, but yoga is really good for stretching, so long as you don't hyperstretch or overstretch. Stretching is really good. The next thing, well, not next, I'm not putting these in order. Muscle strength, resistance training, muscle strength. So different parts of your body have different muscle groups you should work. You can do it any way you want, then they should be rested at least a day in between. Sometimes more the older you get. So if you do a combination of stretching and muscles, that's really good. And then the third one, of course, is what? Aerobic or breathing or vigorous exercise. It doesn't have to be under weight. It can be a cycle. It can be swimming. Swimming's great. It can be walking. But getting your heart rate up. Those three components are best for you. Those three components. In fact, I don't know if there's a fourth one. That's it. Now, one thing people do when they exercise too is they don't exercise their small muscles. They exercise their big muscles. When you do bicep curls, triceps, when you do shoulders, when you do whatever you do, your abs, your lats, when you're doing these exercises, a lot of times you're just doing the big muscles because that's all there is there. Yeah, and to get to the small muscles, you would have to do something tricky. Like, for example, you stand on the flat part of a half circle. You've seen those rubber half circles with the flat part? You know what I mean? A half ball, right? And the half that's flat, you stand on. So the ball keeps you a little off balance. You balance on that ball with 2 feet and then and the weight of this is not important. This is for the small twitch muscles in your legs. You stand on that ball and you can use anything and do some bicep curls or do some overhead presses. That weight's not important here. You're not doing those muscles that you have the weight in. That's just to keep you off balance so you're forced to balance. Or you can stand there and just do arm movements, but you stand on that ball and that helps small twitch muscles in your abdomen and your legs Another thing are these vibrating plates. They're wonderful. You can just stand on a vibrating plate and you can do squats. You can do one-legged. You stand on one leg for 30 seconds, the other leg for 30 seconds. You don't have to do anything except stand on there. What that does is that vibrating plate is microscopically working your small twitch muscles. Small twitch muscles are very important because they trigger the big muscles, and they have to be strong as well. You can also, so what you're looking for is balance is one of them. Vibration would be good for it. And anything like that you can do would help you with the small and the big muscles. 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. There are a number of, now I'm going to talk about some intellectual property, IP, intellectual property. There's something called public domain and fair use. That's when you can use something or quote from it or musical clips in what's called fair use. Fair use would be if I said, I love Paul McCartney, and he's just such a good songwriter. And in the background, you hear Paul McCartney song. That's fair use. You only use a certain amount of it, and you're talking about him. You're not using it. For example, if I said, I love Paul McCartney, and Shannon starts playing Yesterday, he's such a great songwriter. This is one of his best songs. That's fair use.
Isn't it for informational and educational purposes?
Yeah, you're talking about it. Right. But if I said, I remember when I was a young man and I was facing many challenges, and then Shannon starts playing Yesterday, that is enhancing me in my presentation. That's not fair use. See, there's a difference. Fair use is when it's in context with what you're talking about, not used to enhance what you're doing. Now, why do I bring this up? Because virtually every single star and composer and musician, virtually every one of them except Lee Greenwood, is suing Donald Trump for using their songs. Not one of them wants him to use their songs in his appearances. He's used, let's see, Hold On, I'm Coming. Hold On, I'm Coming. Okay, from Isaac Hayes. Isaac Hayes is passed away. His estate is suing. But I looked into it. He is facing court action or demand letters to cease and desist from every single artist. God, that's how much they hate him. Every single one except Lee Greenwood, who, of course, I'm proud to be an American,
How about Kid Rock?
Kid Rock, I don't know about Kid Rock, actually. I mean,
Yeah,
of
he
course,
uses
Kid Rock's not suing him, but I mean, does he use Kid Rock music?
I think he does. Yeah.
I wonder what he uses from Kid Rock that would be apropos. But in any case, it's a big deal. Hollywood is up in arms. I don't know if you call it Hollywood, but wherever music, I don't know what the music capital is, but they're up in arms.
Nashville.
For some of it. Detroit for some. What are some other, New Orleans? What are some other music capitals? There are a lot of music capitals, aren't there? Chicago, New York, I guess. Anyway, so they say they never gave permission, and they do not want him using anything to do with them. Now, this is something that I find shocking. Do you remember I said I want either an electric vehicle or a gasoline vehicle? I don't want a hybrid. Why did I say that? Because I don't want to worry about two systems.
Right, two systems.
Okay. According to this study from Consumer Reports, total electric vehicles have 79% more problems than gasoline vehicles. I don't get it. What could it possibly be? I mean, an electric car is a battery and a motor. How can they have 79% more problems? Now, I can't say I disagree because I don't have any data. Now, listen to this. Hybrids have 26% fewer problems than gas vehicles. Now, how can that be? If they're gas and have 26% fewer problems, yet they have electrical systems, and electrical cars have 79% more problems. How does a hybrid taking both of them
so up north
have 26% fewer
what
problems?
Is your name?
That I just don't understand it at all. However, here's the one big caveat with hybrids. A plug-in hybrid is a totally different animal. Yeah. I didn't even know there was. I knew they call them hybrids or plugged in. I didn't know they're two different things. A regular hybrid doesn't get plugged in. It charges when you drive. A plug-in hybrid, you can plug it in and charge it, right? That's the difference.
That's why they call it a plug-in hybrid.
Right, yeah, but that's what I mean. But I mean, it charges.
The Chrysler Pacifica is a plug-in, and Toyota has a plug-in on the Sienna, but they have normal. Toyota has a normal hybrid.
Is a Prius a plug-in?
I don't know about Prius.
But listen to this. This makes no sense. So you have hybrids with 26% fewer problems than gasoline vehicles. Electric vehicles, all electric, 79% more problems than gasoline vehicles. But plug-in hybrids, 146% more problems than all of them.
Makes
How
no
can
sense.
that? It doesn't make sense. And this is why I'm going to tell you this happens. They do it totally based on surveys. Garbage in, garbage out. Here's why. Someone with a plugged-in hybrid, it's a much more complicated car. Therefore, I believe you're going to have more surveys saying, well, a lot of them just don't get it, or they didn't plug it in, or they overcharge, or whatever. So you got 146% more with all electric vehicles. I don't believe a lot of people understand how to use them. They don't charge them often enough or proper enough, or they have to charge for a half hour because they didn't do it one time for 10 minutes. I don't know.
Well, what's the source of that survey that you just
No, Consumer Reports does everything on
That's
surveys.
Consumer Reports?
Yeah. They don't go out and research like a Carfax does based on report. Well, those are technically surveys, but they come from repair shops and all of that. They're asking consumers about their cars. And for example, 26% fewer problems with hybrids. I think people like their hybrid, they're getting good gas mileage, and they give positive reports. I just have never believed totally in surveys when it comes to asking people. I mean, yeah, they are somewhat accurate, but I believe the people who are taking the survey and own something don't really necessarily know if it's owner-operator error or if it's truly a defective product. That's what I think. Well, I got to take this break. Megan, we're going to come right back to you.
Consumer Reports is very good when they actually test the product.
Oh, yeah.
Right. When you read a test they do, the survey, you're right, Tom. But they are valuable when it comes to stuff that they have evaluated.
But see, none of this makes sense. Why would a plug-in hybrid have so many more complications than a regular hybrid? Why?
Maybe
because you have people that have to plug it in.
Maybe because they don't know how to work the car.
That's okay. So they would answer in the survey, "I'm having a lot of trouble." Right?
Because I don't know how my car works.
Well, that might be.
I mean, they don't get a lot of training on how to use it. I don't understand all electric vehicles, though. Unless when you go, there's probably not enough technicians out there to know how to work on them.
But there's nothing to work. Those motors are sealed. You don't work on those motors. They're not tuned up. Yeah. They're nothing. They're on. They're off. They're dead.
Then there should be no maintenance issue with that.
None. They're not even lubricated.
Yeah, like I say, mine isn't scheduled at all.
Have you ever seen
You don't have any schedules with maintenance?
No, my son has nothing.
Nope.
Wow.
I've never seen a Tesla.
Once a year, go in and check brakes and shit. What?
I've never seen a Tesla on the side of the road needing,
TheArtOfGranite.com. That's the place to go for countertops if you want great deals. So great, they'll give you a price on the phone right this minute. Call them. TheArtOfGranite.com, serving the Front Range and mountain communities. And I want to tell you this. Wholesale on all materials, unless you get it from their remnant yard, then you get them free. Yeah, free materials. You just pay for fabrication, installation, tear out, and hallways free as well. That's TheArtOfGranite.com. Call for your price, 303-386-5919.
I saw a stealth truck yesterday.
A stealth truck? You
Yeah,
mean
Tesla.
Why do you call it stealth?
I thought that's what they called them.
Hell no.
Well,
They do look like the B.
Is that the model name, stealth?
I thought it was called a stealth.
Hell no.
Well, anyhow, it scares you. Looks
They're
like
ugly.
something that should
They're
be
ugly.
up
I
in
was gonna get
Granby.
one, but they're ugly. They're ugly.
Yeah.
Aren't they like $100,000?
Like Mark thinks, Mark thinks they look great.
Oh, this was the black
I don't know
one.
if he thinks
It was
that or
real
not.
bad.
What?
Yeah, this was the black one. I've never seen the black
I
one.
thought they were kind
Yeah, they're stainless. They have to get them painted.
You know,
Oh,
any
they do?
car is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, I don't. Tom thinks some cars look really cool. I don't agree with him. Some people, you know, that's why they have all these different models that you buy, because different strokes for different folks.
I think that Tesla truck is ugly.
You know what? First of all, I'm bored with cars in general. I hate fucking cars. But I loved my G-Wagon. I loved it. I got tired of the ride compared to cars. The BMW is the best riding car I ever had, but it's boring. It's the best riding car. That X7 is the best riding car. Holy shit. It is so luxurious. More so than a Mercedes. Way more.
That's a BMW?
Yeah.
X7?
The X7. It's too big and it's boring.
Why'd you get rid of it?
What?
he still has it.
Oh, you still have it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I bought it. I don't know why. I bought it during COVID, and I got rid of the G-Wagon.
Oh, you got rid of the G.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just don't know why. I just wanted something new with a smoother ride.
Because
G-Wagon was a
you
little...
could make a lot of money on that G-Wagon. I think that's why you did it.
That's right. I was able to sell it for what I
Yeah.
had,
Really?
for what I bought it for. Right. That's why. During COVID, those sons of bitches were going for a lot of money. That's what it
Really?
was.
Yeah.
So you're right. I could get a brand new car for hardly anything.
Why do you think COVID was an issue with that?
I don't know, because supplies, they weren't building them. They shut down
Oh,
the
they
plant.
shut down the manufacturer of cars, so used cars went through the city.
Oh, yeah, used cars lots were empty.
And then new cars had premiums. But on my I paid a little too much probably for that 7. But it's a beautiful car. I mean, it's beautiful. It's got the finish and trim and the electronics and the power, but it's boring. They all look the same, by the way.
I know.
They just make them bigger or smaller, right? X3, X5.
Five.
I could say that at my job too. They all look alike. Some are bigger, some are smaller.
SUVs in general, really, there's nothing that steps out anymore. Think about it. I love the way the Bronco looks. I love the way the Jeeps look. I love that look. I love the,
You like that one Range Rover? The look, whatever.
yeah, I love that Sport. It's a beautiful
Sport.
range. It's a beautiful car. Have you ever seen the Range Rover Sport? They're beautiful.
Yeah,
But God,
they are. They got a new one that's out. I saw it's beauty.
you know what? I saw another one called, wait. It's got a dealership in the Springs that I was going to look at. Ionis? Okay.
Oh, someone
Ionis?
called in about that.
Ionis, yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a high-end Kia.
No, you got it.
Or Hyundai.
What's the damn name of that car? Ineos or
Like, I'd never heard of it.
it's really cool. Ineos? No. Ineos?
The Ion Q?
No. Wait. Ion? No. Damn it. I got it. Guys, YouTubers, do you know the name of that car? Is it Ineos? It's the weird, it looks like a G-Wagon. Yeah. Ineos Grenadier. Ineos, Ineos. Look it up. Ineos Grenadier. So they're way cheaper than a G-Wagon. They look like one, and they look pretty cool. Look at them. Starting from 75 grand. But I think they're pretty damn cool. See what you think. But I think it would be big and probably rough. Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Megan's got a problem with a window contractor. And then I want to ask people to look up online the Ineos, Ineos Grenadier. There's a dealership in Colorado Springs. It looks like a G-Wagon or a Jeep or a Range Rover kind of mixture. But I don't know if it has a rough ride. I'd like to know from people who have one. I've seen them around. They're pretty cool looking. You know, it's gasoline. They've been making them for a long time. I just like to know if anybody has one, what's the ride's like. Hey, Megan, what's going on with your window? Who's the window contractor?
Wow. JKR Windows.
JKR. Now, who are they? Are they the maker of the window or the installer?
They are the company out of St. George, Utah, that came into our area around the end of spring with a legitimate, sales individual.
So
is
they
what I
did
thought.
windows and installation, so they did the whole package for you?
Unfortunately, we haven't gotten to the installation. It's beyond. You can't even make this stuff up.
Oh, wait a minute. Megan, hold on. I want to ask a few questions before you go on. You signed the contract when?
Oh, gosh, I'd have to go home. I'm at work.
Roughly, just roughly.
Probably the end of the spring. Correct.
Okay, so an end of this spring, like just this past spring, right?
You got it.
Okay, now, it was for a house full of windows or a few windows?
Correct.
Oh, a house
The
full of
whole
windows,
darn
okay.
thing.
And did they knock on your door? Is that how it happened?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yep, they're new to the area. They've been in St. George, Utah, Arizona, Idaho. Their website is amazing. And they were just...
What kind of windows are they supposed to be?
What is the brand of that window?
And was the
that.
window a vinyl window?
Yes.
Okay, for vinyl replacement. Okay, next question. What went wrong?
Martino Show. How can I help you?
Uh-oh.
So their new office is up and running. It's in there in Fort Collins. It has a phone number.
They have a Colorado office in Fort Collins?
Did.
Oh.
So they ordered all the windows. They communicated things.
They're not. Wait, did
windows.
they pack up and leave?
Well, that's where things get interesting. This just happened probably in the last 2 weeks. They sent a professional out. He was great. He measured all the windows. They communicated and said, your windows are going to be here. All the windows showed up.
Oh,
there they
thank
were.
goodness. Hold on. Now, Megan, how much have you paid so far?
Half.
How much is that?
Embarrassing. $25,000.
Okay, now, hold on. Did you get all the windows?
They were all improperly measured, so they've installed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then when they got downstairs and realized
how many total
fit,
windows? How many total windows, by the way?
I think we would have had 20.
For 20.
And then
and only 6 have been installed.
Well, yes, because some of them upstairs fit, but when they got downstairs, they did a terrible job installing them. So they had to leave.
Did they? Wait. So they did install more than 6. You're saying there's only 6 that work. How many did they install totally?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So
8.
they installed one window wrong.
No.
You said they installed 6 windows. Okay, so all the windows they installed are wrong.
At this point, yes, but 3 of them, I told them to stop working because of all the foam.
3 of them
and
in
everything.
addition to the 7, or 3 of them in the 7?
The 8 upstairs seemed to look good and fit, but when they got downstairs,
Okay,
there
hold
was 3
on.
more, and
You
I
said
told
8
them no
upstairs
more.
seemed to look good and fit. I asked you how many did they install, and you said 7. So I'm not. I'm
sorry.
trying to get numbers here. I'm trying to get a handle so we can hand this off and call these people. How many total windows? I'm not yelling at you, by the way. This is for emphasis. How many total windows have been installed totally?
Okay, total. So 7 upstairs, 3 downstairs.
10 windows.
Correct.
How many need to
They
be?
had to stop.
10 out of 20 windows have been installed. Okay. How many of those 10 windows have to be redone?
According to them, the 3 downstairs. So they had to reorder everything because the guy measured everything wrong. But they were able to pull off the upstairs somehow.
Okay.
Don't ask me how.
Well, they
don't
just
know.
trimmed it or something. I want to ask you something.
Yep.
So that, but then the 10 windows, the 3 they have to replace within that 10, then they have 10 more to go, right? Are they on site as well?
No. No, because now when I called the salesperson, he said I left the company. It's declining. It's awful. The next guy who's managing the Fort Collins office is no longer there. They got a new guy in who said, I'm going to take care of this.
Colorado's
and
governor is
just this week,
expected to sign a bill to help
he suddenly
homeowners
is
save
no longer
money
there.
starting next year.
So then I called the Utah
Oh my God! I have a headache. It's so bad.
In Garfield
It
County,
gets worse. They shut the Fort Collins
$173 cut in
office.
Pueblo.
They've
The cuts
outsourced
come
their
after
answering
some
service for
compromises
all
and
their
after two
offices in
ballot
St. George,
initiatives that would
Utah,
have reduced property
to
taxes
a
even more. Michael Fields is
out-of-country
the
kind of
president of
answering
Advance
service who told
Colorado.
me
Their
that the
group will
phones are
pull the
blowing up. They
initiatives
cannot.
before the governor
They
signs.
have so many complaints.
There's assurance that
and
the
you can
governor is
now
going
not
to
get
sign
hold.
it. I think there'll be
So
something that happens
how
on the same
long
day
has
or
it
within
been
a few
since you
hours
heard
of each
from
other. I don't think that's going to be an issue, but we're definitely going to remove our measure. He's definitely going to sign it, and I think that's the
Have you
clarity
guys
that
looked
people
this
need,
up
the
yet?
certainty
Have you
that
looked
people
up
need is that
online?
this is going to happen. It will happen in the
JKR.
next few days.
Yeah, it's
New
a
tech to help
fantastic
spot deadly
website.
drug
They have
trends.
decent
The Denver
ratings,
office
but
of the medical examiner is using new
I was
rapid
joking. I said
toxicology
maybe the owner
testing
went
to
off
give
the deep
results in
end.
just 30
Well,
minutes,
I find
detecting
out he has
29
a
drugs from a
podcast.
single
He's
sample.
this big
Officials
shot
say the
who has
benefit is to keep
recovered
track
drug
of
and
new drugs
alcohol
in the
addiction
community and determine
and
which
somehow
ones pose the
created
greatest
this
threats.
multi-million-dollar
That's the
company. And
latest. I'm Cynthia
I'm
Vale.
thinking either we got scammed or this guy with this podcast who overcame his drug and alcohol addiction relapsed and the whole company went down in flames. And we're out. We have two-toned windows in the whole house.
All right, hold
now.
on. Just hold on. We got to give this to somebody. Hang on. We'll come right back.
Nice. I mean, big crew.
Did you find it, Chopper?
Yeah. It's jkrwindows.com. Bald guy with more hair on his beard than anything else. I'll take it if no one wants it. I don't have any going any.
This seems like they're not rip-offs. It sounds like they just have some problems, but they don't sound like rip-offs. What do you think?
Well, if they're not answering their phones or can't get a hold of them,
Hold on. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. That is the website that'll take you to Frank, one of the best brokers I've ever met. I've known him for 30 years. This is what Frank will do. A free market evaluation of your home to see what it will sell for. He'll take into consideration all of the market pressures, the comps, the neighborhood, everything to see what that house will sell for. And you can depend on it. And there's no charge for this service, no obligation whatsoever. 303-920-1622. Hey, just had a job done by Simply Floors, and I just have to tell you, they are simply the best. SimplyFloorsInc.com. God, their installers are so skilled. And Buddy and Karen Mitchell know floor coverings, whether you want luxury vinyl, planking, carpeting, hardwoods, laminates, veneers, they do it all. You can go online, set up an appointment for them to come to you, or you can find out where their showrooms are and go to them. Simply Floors Inc., I-N-C, SimplyFloorsInc.com.
is there?
They had a 3-star rating, which is sort of mediocre.
Well, I'm looking at it says they got 4.9 out of 5.
Well, I'm looking at,
I'm on their website.
Oh, Yelp has them at
Yeah.
3.
yep.
Is there no?
But they're in Salt Lake City?
When you make a statement,
Colorado's
voted number
governor is
one in
expected to
home
sign a
window
bill to help
replacement, by
homeowners save
who?
money starting next year. The savings are
your
going to vary
uncle?
county
Could
to
be,
county,
yeah.
but some examples include an average cut of $188 in
BBB?
Garfield County, $173 cut in Pueblo. The cuts come after some compromises and after two ballot initiatives that would have reduced property taxes even more. Michael Fields is the president of Advance Colorado. Their group will pull the initiatives before the governor signs.
there's assurance that the governor is going to sign it. I think there'll be something that happens on the same day or within a few hours of each other. I don't think that's going to be an issue, but we're definitely going to remove our measure. He's definitely going to sign it. And I think, that's the clarity that people need, the certainty that people need.
I haven't got to the bottom of their website. It goes on and on. They got videos, leaking windows. Jeez, it never ends. Yeah. Oh, they got Denver, Grand Junction, Fort Collins. We've never heard of them.
Seattle, I mean, they were all over, like Idaho,
Yeah.
Utah.
Billings.
Yeah.
They want that. I'm not going up to the mountains to play poker today.
No.
Why is that? Oh,
Start of
traffic.
Labor Day.
Yep.
Yeah, stay home and save some money.
I don't.
Well,
I
I gotta
don't.
go watch the
I
dogs.
never travel on these fucking days.
Yeah,
I mean,
ice up a cold winter.
I mean, as far as the airport and all that shit.
And I got to go watch the dogs anyway. So
Speaking about the airport, are they building onto a runway or something?
United is building a big.
No, out at Centennial.
Oh,
There has been continual dump trucks, with the airport flag on it.
I actually don't know. I haven't seen any.
Just one after another hauling dirt towards the. So I was wondering if they were expanding the little runway or something.
Oh.
No, I know United is expanding. They're always expanding
oh yeah.
out at DIA.
It's the second by area, the second largest airport in the world. The only one that's bigger is the one in King Faisal in Saudi Arabia.
Bigger than Denver?
That's the only one in the world. Denver's,
Yeah, square footage.
yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's like San Antonio says they're the third largest city in the United States. They're talking about geographically, not population or anything. Square footage.
Colorado's governor is expected to sign a bill to help homeowners.
Having some kind of festival, and all you smelled for 3 days was freaking turkey legs that people were eating.
I love those at the Renaissance.
No, this was in San Antonio.
Yeah, they have. I love those turkey legs.
You do? My ex-wife.
They're messy to eat.
Colorado's governor is expected to sign a bill to help homeowners save money starting next year. The property tax relief savings will vary county to county, but some examples include an average cut of $188 in Garfield County
Tom
and
Martino, your
$173 cut in Pueblo.
We'll come and check your AC or your furnace, and they give you honest estimations. They do plumbing and heating as well, and of course electrical, and they're honest people. 303.
Colorado's governor is expected to sign a bill to help homeowners save money starting next year. The property tax relief savings will vary county to county, but some examples include an average cut of $188 in Garfield County, $173 in Pueblo. The cuts come after some compromises surrounding two ballot initiatives that would have reduced property taxes even more. Michael Fields is the president of Advance Colorado. Their group will pull the initiatives before the governor signs.
They shut down their Colorado office.
Sign it. I think there'll be something that happens on the same day or within a few hours of each other. I don't think that's going to be an issue, but we're definitely going to remove our measure. He's definitely going to sign it, and I think that's the clarity that people need. The certainty
is he still
that
with the
people
company?
need is that this is going to happen. It will happen in the next few days.
And he says, "Oh, your windows
New
are
tech
ordered.
to help
Oh,
spot
yeah, they're ordered, but I
deadly
don't
drug
know."
trends.
this guy
The Denver
and a
office of the
number, right?
medical examiner is using rapid
there's no
toxicology
office here in
testing to
town
detect
anymore, or
29
in
drugs.
Colorado.
It'll keep track of which drugs in the community and determining which ones pose the greatest threat.
This is terrible. We looked up the website. We looked them up online. We're looking up the whole thing. I'm going to give this to Deputy Chopper. That's his nickname. We're going to be calling. We're going to want your contact information. Now, do you have that on you, or is it at home?
My contact information or Tony's?
His
Well, I've got the owner's number now. The people who have quit are giving me more information. His mailbox is full. You know, you name it, it's happening.
And you're saying that this owner, his story is he's a recovering
look him up.
drug addict?
Yes, he has a podcast. He's a big shot.
What's his name?
Inspirational speaker.
What's his name?
Jefferson Rogers. You won't believe this when you
Colorado's
see it.
governor is expected to sign a bill to help homeowners save money starting next year. The property tax relief savings will vary county to county, but some examples include an average cut of $188 in Garfield County, $173 in Pueblo. The cuts come after some compromises surrounding two ballot initiatives that would have reduced property taxes even more. Michael Fields is the president of Advance Colorado. Their group will pull the initiatives before the governor signs.
You know, there's assurance that the governor is going to sign it. I think there'll be something that happens on the same day or within a few hours of each other. I don't think that's going to be an issue, but we're definitely going to remove our measure. He's definitely going to sign it. And I think, you know, that's the clarity that people need, the certainty that people need is that this is going to happen. It will happen in the next few days.
New tech to help fight drugs. The Denver Office of the Medical Examiner is using new rapid toxicology testing, detecting 29 drugs to help keep track of new drugs in the community and which ones pose the greatest threat. That's the latest. I'm Cynthia Vale.
So there are a couple of boxes.
Yeah, and the big beard, no hair.
I don't know if there's anything in the box.
That's him.
Colorado's governor is expected to sign a bill.
Founder, CEO.
Ones where all the rack links are.
45 million revenue.
I'll look down there.
That seems to be a lot.
I think a TV would also.
He's got a lot of offices.
Nice website.
Yeah, it is.
Well, yeah, but
I mean, it's only for that, but it'd be nice to have the ability to do
the
something else
most
too.
important
It's on
thing is
Facebook,
being able
Linden.
to pause a news conference.
One of these days, when you have time,
I'm sure you can do that on the smart TV.
Tom,
Yeah,
Like pause the-
yeah,
pause the
anything that would
explain
have
to
a
a
DVR.
smart guy that can't understand
Which
overfunding your insurance.
smart TVs get to the main.
I mean, I don't
We
I
just
don't
need to be
understand
able
it.
to, pause Fox News.
If you went out and bought
go
life
to
insurance
event.
Yeah.
Okay,
from anywhere,
I will keep that in mind.
That's
you would
number
pay for
one.
I just want to let you know because
Well,
I
also,
take that money, they pool it
no,
with other people's
no.
money, they invest
There's
it,
an
somebody
issue
dies, they
with
pay it.
going
Somebody dies, they
to the board
Okay.
from
No
that
cash
TV.
value. They just
correct
make
it.
money.
It
That's when you
pauses, right?
Yeah.
when they invest
Okay.
the money. Then
And that could also
later on in life, insurance got to be smarter than they thought. We got to lure
Well, just
people
that
here. And
she's
do
about
more
as
than just
technically
rent them
inclined as
insurance. We got to give them something they can have.
She can do this. I can't run the phones. I'm not good at
In
that.
case they change their mind. So in order to attract customers, they would say this,
Things happen.
this is your premium,
Well, either way, we're gonna do something
and
different.
it's going to grow with a cash value, not a lot.
Well,
So if
I
you
appreciate
ever
it.
cancel
Thank
your
you.
insurance,
It'll be nicer than
you
running
get
a
cash
Windows
value.
machine.
You won't get all the premium.
Premium for your
that,
life.
yeah.
That sounds like a
portion of it.
Apache
But
attack
they
helicopter.
invest the premium.
Yes.
And then they keep a reserve for paying.
I'm gonna figure that out. So
And
for
then
right now,
they,
that Fox
they
channel
eke out of the rest of that.
starts raining like
profit.
working on it.
Although I do love a
For you in a cash
good
value.
still image you
That's
got for
normal, universal or whole life.
That's I know the
If you
difference.
get a cash value.
Yeah, whole life.
But it's not a cash value.
We're screwed.
It's just a cash
Oh.
value. It's a modest cash
Well, it's not just us. I mean, it's
Then somebody came up with the bright idea.
Oh, it's gonna be for
Well,
everybody then?
Yeah,
If the
yeah,
government
because he
lets you
just
have
said, what
cash
is this
value
program?
for a life insurance policy, who's to say?
'Cause we
you can't
stole it.
overfund it? So instead of paying a premium that would be $150, what if you pay $250? You'd have an extra $100 going in.
'Cause we stole that too.
Insurance. Right. So along with your normal cash value.
Listen, if you want us to pay full licensing prices, there's going to be more layoffs.
I'd say, and I have said every
Conflicting reports on what's happening with Venezuelan gangs in Aurora. Apartment building residents say gangs are taking control there, and there's a video of men at an apartment complex walking through with guns. That video went viral nationally. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston downplayed the role of gang activity.
Do we have a small number of folks in Aurora that it sounds like have committed some crimes? Yes, they are being targeted. They're being pursued. They'll be charged.
Danielle Durinsky is a member of the Aurora City Council. She says this is a big deal.
I spoke with a resident today that said that she, a couple months ago, received an email from the property management company, telling residents, please do not pay your rent to anybody else but us.
She says police took back control of one apartment building a few weeks ago, but there are still more that need help. Families will be heading to Windsor for the 102nd year of the Windsor Harvest Festival this weekend. You'll find horse-drawn carriages and more. That's the latest. I'm Cynthia Vale. Conflicting reports on what's happening with Venezuelan gangs in Aurora.
4 a.m. to, I don't know, midnight. Right. And then A-Rod's even saying, when you finally get to bed, I said, kind of around midnight. He goes, oh, that's not that bad. I said, after, I can't even count that high. That's 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, even without your shoes, you still can't get that high. So it's a 20-hour day. I did a 20-hour day of pure physical labor. Right. I can't believe how much stuff I did at Folsom. And that it mostly worked. Yeah. That's good stuff. Put in an app. and after hammering the poor little kid there for being self-absorbed, I'm sorry to just now be self-absorbed, but
Conflicting reports on what's happening with Venezuelan gangs in Aurora. Apartment building residents say gangs are taking control, and there's a video of men at apartment complex walking through with guns. That video went viral nationally. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston downplayed the role of gang activity, but Danielle Jurinsky is a member of the Aurora City Council. She says this is a big deal.
I spoke with a resident today that said that she, a couple months ago, received an email from the property management company, telling residents, please do not pay your rent to anybody else but us.
She says police took back control of one apartment building a few weeks ago, but there are still more that need help. Families will be heading to Windsor for the 102nd year of the Windsor Harvest Festival this weekend. You'll find horse-drawn carriage rides, live music, a car show, and fireworks at Eastman Park tomorrow through Labor Day. That's the latest. I'm Cynthia Vale.
My annuity started out at $1,300. It's up to $1,800.
Conflicting reports on what's happening with Venezuelan gangs in a...
So if the cost of living went up less than 3%, my annuity went up 3%. If it cost of living
but we
was
like Kelly.
more, then they would match it. And it's also pegged to the stock market.
Yeah, that's
So-
pretty easy.
And your yearly, your anniversary date, whatever the stock market is, it's pegged to that, unless it's less than the previous year.
Yeah.
So if it's at this level and the stock is here, you still get this level. If it's up here, it goes up for the next year.
What company was it with?
AIG.
Mine was with.
So I'm happy. Went up $500 a month.
I've taken out more money than I invested in it.
Really?
And I still have
I
more
haven't
money
taken-
in the investment.
Yeah, I haven't taken out any money.
Well, I have to take out the RMD.
Oh, have your annuity?
Yeah.
Oh, I take my RMD out of my my portfolio. So my stock market account.
Jesus, I thought it was like... Oh, it's gone. You guys get started.
Oh, yeah.
Just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Today is Car Friday. That doesn't mean we talk just about cars. Our experts didn't make it in today. There were various obligations for the holiday, but we have all of them available by phone if you have car problems, questions, complaints. And speaking of cars, I want to know if anyone is familiar with the Ineos. I think I'm pronouncing it properly. Ineos. It's It's INEOS, Grenadier, GRENADIER, Ineos Grenadier. It's funny. I swear to God, I was looking at it online, and it says starting from 75,000, and it changed right before my eyes. I swear to you, right before they must have been doing like an update, and it says now 86,000. So, in any case, they look. You can get them with a little pickup bed, or you can four-door pickup with a pickup bed, or you can get them 4 doors. They look a little like a G-Wagon, Jeep, and Bronco rolled into one, maybe even a Hummer. And they're obvious. Wait. Okay. It does say 75 grand for the station wagon.
Special deal just for you, Tom.
And
86.
the Quartermaster, the one with the pickup, starts at 86.9. And then the Limited starts at 86,950. So anyway, all I want to know is what's the ride like? I have no idea. Maybe we should call down there. You know what? Kachina, let's call down to Grenadier. I don't know what the name of it is in Colorado Springs, but they have a dealership in Colorado Springs. Let's call down there and ask them if they'll come on and talk about it. Of course, they're going to tell us the ride's wonderful. But you know what? I think they'll be honest. Why not? So they're in Colorado Springs. Find a dealer. Here it is. Find a retailer. So Colorado Springs. Here it is. Right here in Colorado. There it is. It's called, I'm going to give you the name, okay? It's called Red Noland Ineos Grenadier. And I'll give you the number even. See, I'm doing your job. Is she listening to me, for God's sakes, or am I being ignored? Come on, man. Hey, Kachina.
That 444 number?
It's yes, thank you, 719. Thank you. Can you write that down for her? And by the way, what's she doing? She has a few mimosas, and you think the world's going to end.
Gone.
You know, we got to have a rule. No alcohol in this freaking studio anymore. They had a birthday party, and somebody had a few too many mimosas, if you want to ask me. She's walking around in a stupor.
Walked away with the bottle.
She's walking around in a stupor. She's working. It's a holiday weekend. She thinks it just started, like when my show started. Is she working capless today? This will be fun.
Of course, yeah, it'd be great.
Oh, it'll be way fun. Anyway, have any of my YouTube? Oh, by the way, I was told the YouTube audio is off again. Or something. They say they're getting bleed over from another station. Is that right, Chopper?
I just got here. It sounds fine when I just pulled it up.
Sounds fine? Okay. Any of my YouTube morons, do you know about the Ineos? Somebody said it looks like they're using a BMW engine. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, I like BMW's performance. Again, I just want to know what it's going to drive like. That's what I want to know. And I imagine we have a best of on Monday, don't we? Okay. 303-713-8255 is the number. I'm going to go. Chopper right now is calling this window company, which is JKR. They installed roughly half the windows. Some of them have to be redone. The other 10, she doesn't know where they are. They closed their Colorado office, JKR Windows, and they're out of Utah. The guy brags about being a recovering addict, and he has 4.9 stars, they say. And he seems, look, his videos seem good. The guy does a podcast. He's supposedly a legit guy, but we'll see. They say they have areas in Utah, Boise, Vegas, Seattle, Phoenix, Grand Junction, Denver, Fort Collins, Billings. And they do have some numbers, you know, for the local, for Fort Collins. But anyway, 303-713-TALK is our number. Now, in the news, there are a number of people who are buying, listen to this, they're buying up unused patents. People who filed patents years ago and never made it, never did anything with it. And then they're going out and finding similar products that come close to that product, and they are making demand letters for patent infringement. So they buy for pennies on the dollar, they buy a patent for a few bucks, or they have a patent. Then they go out and find similar products and threaten the hell out of these people to settle for them cash or take their product off the market, or they sue them. They're called patent trolls. Patent trolls. And it's happening more and more. Now, in 2013, Barack Obama actually said that he wanted to get rid of people who have patents that don't produce anything, and they're simply leveraging and hijacking ideas in order to extort money. However, they did have some success in the courts, ruling that if you have no intent to make anything and you solely exist to extract money, it could be ruled invalid. But there are still people doing it. They have, first of all, they try to enforce a patent by asking you to pay licensing fees, or they simply go against you for damages, claiming that now they're not going to be able to make what they wanted to make. And they basically are trolling products. And what the government feels, even though they haven't been successful in shutting them down, is that it's wrong to do if you're not going to produce anything. But the government itself actually made it advantageous to be a patent troll, and here's why. If you hear about a patent, or if you have a patent and somebody else has something, if somebody's been using or producing something for many, many years, and it's been in public domain, it can't be patented. But if two people have an idea, it's the first one to the patent office that gets the patent. It's not the first one who thought of it or the first one who produced it, but the first one to the patent office, except when something is public domain. Once something becomes public domain, it can never be patented unless it's altered in such a way that it becomes almost something new or has a different function. So beware of patent trolls, meaning this. If you have an idea for something that you want to bring to market, do not show it to anybody, even with a non-disclosure. If you do, it could be considered disclosure, it could be considered public, and it could start counting the clock on public domain because if you don't bring it to the patent office within a certain amount of time, you lose your right. So here's what I recommend. There's something called a provisional patent that can be gotten immediately by filing. Now, you may say, how can you do a provisional patent if, in fact, you haven't done a patent search and you don't know what's out there and you don't know where you stand on the product? Here's what a provisional patent says. Here's what it says. It's provisional and it's contingent on a few things. First, it's contingent on you being first in line, which means that if someone did a provisional patent last year and you do one this year, their provisional patent takes precedent. But if no one did, you at least are in line. It also says it's contingent on you having a unique product. You see, the reason they don't require a patent search is because if you go to the patent office with a provisional patent and it turns out that this has been invented before, no harm, no foul, because it's only provisional. It never becomes permanent. So it's contingent on you being first or in front of other provisional patents. It's contingent on you being original, that there's no other thing out there that's already been patented. And it's contingent upon you coming up with a prototype to do it. So when you file a provisional patent, it's a place in line. And it says, if I can prove these elements, it's going to be my patent and no one can get in there first. And that's important because if you don't do that, then the provisional patent becomes a real patent. If you don't do that, you run the risk of someone beating you to the patent office with the same idea.
Tom, there was a great documentary about that with Alexander Graham Bell on the telephone. There was a scandal because apparently they paid off the clerk in the patent office to put his patent before someone else's so that he got the credit for it.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, which goes exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, and nowadays it's getting even worse because things are invented all the time and they keep it under wraps.
The tree telephone could have been
Smith telephone.
Yeah.
The Smith.
But they paid the
Okay, but if you're the
file clerk.
don't you want to have marketing?
When did that come out? Probably years.
I just saw the documentary. I don't remember when.
So someone else already had
Okay,
the
so
telephone
you're not
invented.
familiar with
Yeah.
Yeah, you think they would that? That
I
was
think they also did that with the television. You know, some guy in Kansas or Nebraska really invented the television before.
Lazy Days RV is your RV authority. They have multiple locations with service, sales, new and used. They take your trade-ins as well, or they'll even buy your older RVs if you want to get rid of it and it's in good condition. So check them out, lazydays.com. The service facility right here, the new one, is up north of Denver at exit I-25. Exit 240 and I-25. That's along Mount Turnoff. It's right down there along Frontage Road. Think about this. You have support all over the country with Lazy Days. If you have something done here or anywhere, lazydays.com.
Are they open?
Red Rocks. RS.com. That stands for Red Rocks Roof and Solar. What is it? It's a solar company, and they do the sales, installation, and service. In fact, they'll service any system, even if they didn't put it in. Finally, a company that knows what they're doing in the solar business, including commercial systems, where you can get it paid for 100% with special government grants. Find out more. 303-704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
You are. You're so pissed off at your foot, you're yelling at me. Well, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, we're just gonna hang on. I'm not gonna do anything.
Neither am I.
I don't like going into the mountains with the holiday traffic. Fuck, I hate that. I mean, it takes hours and hours and hours. Unless I go off times, I don't like driving mountains anymore.
I like to go during the week.
Yeah, I might go on a Wednesday or Thursday and then come back on a Monday.
Yeah, I might go up to play some poker on Monday.
This Monday would be bad to come back.
Yeah, I think going to the mountains on Monday would be pretty easy.
You think so?
Well, because everybody's
they're already. I know a lot of them will go up on a Monday.
Just for one day?
I don't know. I think so.
You might go up Saturday, Doc. There might not be any traffic.
No, I have something to do Saturday.
Shit.
Oh, you're busy.
And I have to watch the dogs. My son is coming home Sunday, so it means I don't have to watch the dogs on Monday.
He's married, right?
Oh, yeah.
That new wife, I met her. She's wonderful. when are they going to have kids? Anything?
I'm waiting till we go out to dinner and she doesn't drink wine. That's going to be my key.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
You got a pair of stirrups at the house?
Okay, I'm only getting about every second word you're saying.
Names in medicine. I think I might be able to get this clue.
You think so? Oh.
Depends.
Did you call Excel Roofing? Oh, did you call Excel Energy?
I think it's a matter
so
of
it's a
they live in the
dealer
hunter.
that goes out
And
you can save 10%.
Compressor.
But you need to call
Yeah.
Excel in order to get that.
Well, LG said, we'll get someone out there, but I think because they're in La Junta, that's part of the problem.
It's an energy saving
No.
program that they do.
I mean, they don't have to use an LG compressor. You can use a.
But you would need to call them in
For what?
order to get the discount. You can't call
Will
us.
they bolt right in?
They have plates, universal side plates you can put on in a different bolt pattern.
Were you in the appliance biz?
No, but I know about them because it's the same as
It's an energy saving program, and it came in a mailer.
Because the function of them is the same as a.
Yes.
And they found a dealer
So I don't know if it's
in Fowler,
available where you live,
30 miles away,
or if it's just
that has
a
done work,
city-by-city.
warranty work for LG. So
you know,
he's already sent that to LG, but
Yeah.
LG said we don't know who this dealer is. We don't have any information.
did.
They're just kind of like.
Denver. He
Give
lives
this
in
guy a run.
Denver. Can you hear
Yeah, but
me?
you're
I'm
pretty sad.
only getting about. You're breaking up quite a bit.
You gotta vacuum out the old freon. You gotta recover.
Local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. ProBid Energy is another solar company we love, probidenergy.com. You can use them for your solar needs. Now, we go out to eat a lot, my wife and I, just two of us. Sometimes it doesn't pay to cook. And I haven't noticed a lot of obnoxious people, but I hear that it's a growing trend, obnoxiousness in restaurants. And people have come up, this travel magazine came up with the most deplorable habits in a restaurant. They surveyed staff. So what do you think is the number one complaint of staff? And of other diners sometimes.
Screaming kids.
No, that's number 2. It's not screaming kids. Kids allowed to roam.
Well, yeah, that's
freely.
what I meant.
I've watched that. Now, to me, that's my number one bugaboo. There are parents that I swear to God, their kids just get down off the chair, walk around. I've seen them walk up to other tables and talk to people and bug people. What are you eating? Why? Now I can say I don't see it very common. I don't go to a lot of kid restaurants that are kid friendly. Not because I don't like kids, but we just don't. But here's the deal. The number one is people who refuse to pay for a dish because it was bad, but they ate like 90% of it. Because normally, if you don't like something, right off the bat, you say, oh, I'm sorry, there's something wrong with this. There was a taste, this fish doesn't taste right, or it's not cooked to temperature, or something. You usually do it right away. And the wait staff has never given me a hard time, and I don't do it often. But if something isn't right and you bring it up right away in a kind way, it's not a bad deal, right? They don't do, but they say when people eat about 90% of it and then do that, they really get pissed off.
My daughter works at Starbucks, and she gets irritated when she serves a coffee and they go out and walk around and come back when the coffee's like 3/4 empty, and then they said it wasn't right and they want a new coffee. She gets that a lot at the Golden Starbucks. They should just say right now, hey, the coffee's not good. But they take the coffee out, drink it, and come back and they say the coffee's bad.
Now, here's the deal. The number 2 is letting kids run free. Number 3, debating prices of the menu with the staff, saying, why is this so much? Can I get it for this? I have never heard that ever.
I've never seen that.
I find that hard to believe. They say that, let's see, respondents deemed unacceptable. Hold on, 84%. Oh, they don't say it happens that all. Well, it says just the behaviors. 90% hate the not eating the dish or eating most of the dish, and then saying, okay, and then 90% say they hate when the kids run free. 84% say they hate when people debate prices. I've never seen people debate prices. Now, this is another one that I've never seen, that the staff says that people stay past closing time and linger past closing time. I don't even like going in. I don't know how you feel about this, but I won't go to a restaurant 15 minutes before they close or 20 minutes, although technically they're open. I don't like it. I don't feel right about it because you're going to go in, you're going to order, and you know you're going to stay past closing. Now, most of the time, they account for that anyway, don't they? I mean, if you're going to be, let's say you're open till 9 and somebody goes in 8:45, you know that it's going to be more than 15 minutes, right? So I don't know. But yet you have to have a closing time. So what do? You stop
putting
seating.
the food away. They're starting to clean
Maybe
up.
you stop seating. I would have a sign saying stop seating at 9. Then you stop seating at 9 rather than closing at 9. Then you close at 10 maybe, or you close at 9:30. But that would be a better way to do it, just a stop seating at a certain time. And then people don't get pissed if they come in and there's 20 minutes left and they're about to close. I think. But anyway, so staying past closing time is another one. The other thing is when they snap their fingers at wait people. Have you ever snapped your fingers?
I've never done that.
I've never
Even
done
with
that.
one hand, I've never done that.
I've sometimes wave, I wave a little, but that's only for.
That's rude.
Have any of you guys ever been a waiter?
No.
I was a waiter for years. When I was in college, we went up to the Catskills to work in the hotels, and then when I was in medical school, whenever I didn't have a rotation that called for night call, I worked as a waiter in an Italian restaurant. So
And what about it?
Experience.
Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. A lot of people are on vacation, and it is the time of year when people leave. Even though Monday is the holiday, people leave on a Friday. We know that's what they do. By the way, Compass Insurance Group will do a free insurance checkup for you for the asking at 303-996-9000. Make sure you're not paying too much. Make sure you're not paying for coverage you don't need or that you're underinsured. That's 303-996-9000.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
A little busy here through the lunch hour. We've got some good slowing both sides of I-25 trying to get past downtown. Northbound starting here about Broadway up to Spear, and that southbound side heavy down from 58th. We're also a little busy getting into the tech center. Just cleared out a very minor crash. We had southbound I-25 at Orchard, impacted I-25 and that merging traffic off 225. They wrapped up the pothole repairs. Eastbound I-70 at Denver West, looking much better there. A lot of weekend traffic into the high country. We are stop and go slow here. Beaver Brook to Idaho Springs. Denver weather for today, plenty of sunshine.
I learned if somebody at the table ordered something different, you know to bring out 10 of them because everybody else is going to want to taste it.
Oh, interesting.
because it's like eating on a cruise. You know, you don't pay for it; it's included in the cost of the week.
Okay, so I'll have 4 of those.
That's funny.
Bring one of every dessert. My kids did that on a cruise.
Right.
We did to Alaska.
We used to have it was so much fun being a waiter up there.
The art of granite, the art of countertops, whether it's granite, natural stone of any kind, or man-made materials, they will give you a price right now on the phone. All you have to do is give them a call. Now, the Art of Granite tears out and hauls away free. They give you all materials at wholesale, or if it's from the remnant pile, you get free materials, no bull. Give them a call. You can find stuff big enough to do a kitchen island, a bar top, some small countertops. Theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. That's 386-5919.
That was also where I learned a lot of I honed my poker skills. Because we used to play with the guests, and there were some guys that would these were
I've had
established families,
arguments with
guys
it.
that were,
I've yelled at it.
and they would, they taught us a lot about how to play.
I'm sorry.
Did she try calling the NEOS dealer or not? Yes.
Yeah, they gave us a marketing person.
I can't hear.
No? Right now? How about now? Anything? Anything?
I can't
Hey, I'm
hear you.
getting hungry. What happened to the pizza?
I think Kelly's comment was, why?
No? Maybe how about now? No? I got nothing.
Shoppers hogging the pizza.
What?
Well, you have to have your headphones in.
How about anything? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they gave her to a marketing person who knows nothing about the vehicles and would not come on the air. So apparently they're not wanting to talk about it.
And the pizza is on the freaking way.
I would have said, give me someone who could talk about the fucking car.
Right, just to a salesperson, and they were like, no.
Wow.
Yeah. So the car must be absolute crap.
That light keep going on, Scott? That's the online button. Is that the online button?
Maybe Dragon's doing
Do you,
something.
because you can go on the air with the, can you go on the air with the online button on? Or you have to be on program?
No, you can hear. You can still hear.
Oh.
He still doesn't understand that he has to be offline, right?
But it doesn't. It does not make sense that I can't use the IFB to it, unless the IFB feeds only one side of the headphone that he's not using. So that could be that.
Oh, that could be it.
But he would need to be on offline to hear us. But he didn't.
Oh my God, Dragon! I am not having a good day right now.
I know you yelled at me.
I already apologized. I'm a very nice person. But I have a very screwed up goddamn expenditure. Whatever you call it.
Spinach? You're eating spinach? Why are you eating spinach?
It's amazing how many PI attorneys there are in Denver.
Yeah. Is that another one of those weird foods that you eat and like? Spinach?
And besides the one that
Popeye. Kelly's
besides-
Popeye in disguise.
PI attorneys in our 7-Elevens. It must be pretty lucrative.
That did nothing.
Well, if they get a good case, they get
Eat your
30%.
spinach and beat up Bluto?
At least.
Well, I
What?
must have missed something good.
No, this freaking thing
Tom's been
has to
deleted.
be ready by
yeah.
Apples because I got
That's right.
friggin' Mike Kaufman coming in today.
Oh, I
Kind of
just saw that.
important.
He was using the blue wrench.
Just hop into his arms. He'll
What does
carry
that
you
wrench
across
mean
the-
next there anyway?
That you have the authority to
Block on a car. I guess I don't.
They gave it to you by mistake, Doc.
I'm sure they did.
What is that?
The blue wrench.
I didn't know what that even was.
I know, a pickle, but yee.
The window thing. I scared that.
Did you?
Good. Let's.
The dog fell out of the installer. Because I told him, and I do.
I just saw that case
like this
31.
with this
Ah,
police chief up
I didn't look at her boobs. No,
One of my
I'm not
flying
looking at her
students.
boobs.
Oh.
we don't get something done. The owner of the company, his box is full.
You know, they have an office in Grand Junction, and if you go, there's a contact us. We can send them an email. So look at that. You might want to send them an email.
10 seconds.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Here, I don't know why, because phone calls, people are out of town or going out of town, but I got a whole crap load of text that came into my Google number, 747-999-5280. So on that topic, we talked about reliability of cars. I wondered why plug-in hybrids have such a bad reliability rating according to Consumer Reports surveys. They do surveys. They said 146% more than regular cars. And the electrical ones have like 79% more problems. And somebody here said, I rented a plug-in hybrid in North Carolina for a weekend. At first, it was a kind of pain in the ass. I had to literally read instructions on how to charge it because it's not like a typical car in any way. And it was the first time I've used it. I had never rented or been around one. I had to figure it out. My guess is a lack of knowledge of the car is a problem, is why they had the weak reviews. And because remember, these are done on surveys. They're not actual numbers. It said, and then we have another one with a picture. Listen to this. Republic Sanitation they now have EV trash trucks. How can a battery last on those suckers? You know how much energy they use to crush garbage? There's a picture of one. They have EV trash trucks. And then somebody said on the apartments, the Venezuelans, that Channel 31 has been following it first and foremost. Fox 31 News. That because a lot of the local news I accused of ignoring it, Channel 9 ignored it until they could write a puff piece on how it's exaggerated and only conservatives are saying it's happening and that other people aren't. Then there's another recommendation. Okay, somebody wants to know, who do I recommend for my surgery, the back surgery? Okay, here's what I'm saying. I love my surgery. I'm not recommending him to you. I'm not recommending anybody to you. If you go to the Top Surgery, the Top's website, this is a spinal implant I had done. You go to Premia, I think it's called Premia, Premia, Premia Spine. Google it. Go to their website. They have recommended doctors. Now, I use Dr. Joshua Beckman at St. A's. Great people. He's a neurosurgeon, and he was one of the first to do it. And I was one of the first FDA-approved procedures in the world. Now, they did hundreds before me, but I'm talking about FDA-approved. And then he got trained on it for me. So it was great. So obviously, I like him. Now, here's another one. How do you get the 10% off your electric bill? Now, I talked about it yesterday. If you missed it, I delayed a lot before I talked about it. I said I'm going to talk about it, and I didn't get to it till the third hour. There are solar farms right now being built by individual concerns, either co-ops, corporations, partnerships, neighborhoods. What is a solar field? It is a giant field of solar panels. Now, they build the solar field in order to get tax credits and grant money, and in order to sell back to the grid. They make money by building a solar field. Excel Energy, now they sell virtual shares of that solar field to you. they don't really sell it to you where you own it forever, but they kind of let you in on it. And by letting you in on it, what Excel hopes to do, and this is not really public and published, but this is the real truth. What Excel hopes you to do is to take advantage of this program and accept an ownership share, no obligation whatsoever, in this solar field and get a 10% reduction on your bill. There's no it's no gimmick, it's no scam. If you sign up for a solar field near you, if there's one near you, and you sign up for it, you will get 10% off your electric bill, bar none. They don't install anything on your house. You don't get the power actually from that grid. It's just a virtual ownership. And for owning it, for being part of it, I mean, like being a member of that solar field, you get 10% off your electric bill. Now, why would Excel do this? Well, first, I told you why the solar field people do it. A bunch of people can get together and put in a solar field and literally make money from it. They make hundreds of thousands a year by selling power back to Excel. They do. And they also get tax credits. It's a wonderful business. Build a solar field, make money. You initially get tax credits, and then you get grid money for selling power back to the grid. Okay, that's why they do it. Why does Excel do it? Anyone want to take a guess? Why would Excel give you a 10% discount for being part of the solar field? Why do they care?
Somehow they get it back from the government?
Nope.
Decreased demand at peak hours?
Nope. Here's why they do it. Excel knows people interested in solar will bite on this. And it might appease them enough to where they don't put in their own system. Now, why does Excel care about you putting in a solar system? As much as Excel says that they want alternative power, they don't want you to go away. Because if you put in a solar system, they lose major revenue from you. Plus, they're obligated to buy energy from you. If you obligated, they don't have a choice. They can't say to you, we have enough energy. If you have a net meter and you produce more than you're using, not only do they lose you as an electrical customer, but they also have to pay you for producing electricity. So Excel would rather have a bunch of people they give a 10% discount to than have a bunch of people go off the grid, so to speak. Make sense? It's happening. So if you find out about these solar fields, I have a brochure for one. I'm going to do it. You'll get 10% off your electric. And it's not a gimmick. You can get out of it anytime you want. That's just the way it is. It's a real deal. Hey, by the way, another real deal, excelroofing.com, my favorite roofer, and I'll tell you why. They don't take a cent until you're content. You don't have to sign anything to get a complete roof inspection and a complete contract. That's right. You don't have to sign anything, and you don't have to give them a dime. And then when you're happy 100% with the job, you pay. How about that? Excel as in excellent, EXCEL, excelroofing.com. And there's a reason I endorse them. No one does business like that. 303-761-6400. I hope the fucking pizza comes before we close. Here's a video of this truck.
So do you just go to the Excel website?
I got a mailer, so I'm going to see. I got to see how I'm going to look at the brochure. I still have it.
But you have to be by the solar field. You're
Nope.
down.
You don't have to be anywhere near it.
Oh, really?
Nope. It just has to be allotted to your neighborhood.
And you get 10% off your bill.
That's right.
I want to check that out.
Yeah.
Because I got like 4 rental houses.
They wrapped up the pothole repairs. Eastbound I-70 at Denver West, looking much better there. A lot of weekend traffic into the high country. We are stop and go slow here.
Oh man, they're already.
Yeah.
Denver weather for today.
Glad we're home.
Sunshine,
And have
high
pizza and go home.
88 degrees. It is 81 now. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options and easy-to-use mobile app. Personal
Are you doing anything with the kids this weekend, like a barbecue or something?
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies will help you plan for retirement. The earlier, the better. You know, when you're in middle age and you're approaching retirement, well, everyone's eventually approaching retirement, right? Middle-aged people will build a nest egg earlier. You'll build a nest egg. They help it grow. They are investment counselors, investment advisors. Then they help you convert some of that into safety while keeping some of it growing. And then as you get older, they convert some of it to income. It's all about retirement, not just the money, but the long-term care and estate planning as well. They have references for all of that. They work closely with other professionals, but they guide you on what to do and when to do it. If you want to ask them and talk to them and find out exactly what they can do for you, they're happy to talk to you before you ever engage their services with no obligation. rpcenter.com. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. Zero Res Denver means so much to me, not just carpet cleaning, they mean health. And I mean that. Inside air quality, inside floor quality, no chemicals in the air. And I'll tell you why. They don't use chemicals. They don't use soaps. They don't use emulsifiers. All they use is purified, softened water to clean your carpet, the best cleaning agent in nature. This stuff is strong. It'll wash away all the pathogens, allergens, and the crap from previous cleanings. Another thing it does is leaves your carpets clean, really clean, zero resified. You will absolutely love ZeroResDenver.com. And I'm telling you to call him because it's the only carpet cleaner I'll ever have in my home. And you'll be so happy with the results. That's ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150.
Well, you had like 5 of them. Pete?
Get in there, Doc. Come on, save me a seat.
Yeah, don't get it all.
You haven't pulled my chain in a week. What's going on?
Well, you're getting good, better.
Oh, am I being a better deputy?
You're better deputy.
I'm not going to do that. It's not a good day to do that.
Hasn't called the police. Haven't checked with the, the county, Gotta do some of this.
Yeah.
Little itty bitty cheese pizza just for Doc.
Sorry, guys, don't mean to block your way. Hold on. There you go.
Well, see, your name's on the show, so I think you're allowed to be wherever the hell you want to be. Be careful, Doc. Choose your next words carefully.
Oh, Kelly?
Uh-oh.
Choose your words.
I'm fine. Close the boxes.
They're still getting it. They can't close the boxes while their hands are in it, Kel.
Why do you want the box closed?
Oh my God. You know what? I may kill a bug. I am not drunk.
That's because she's
Who
drunk.
has started this rumor?
You did with your 4 mimosas.
I did not have 4 mimosas,
Okay,
Dragon.
5 mimosas.
Oh my God. I swear to God, I am going to kick the ever-living shit out of you.
That's because you're mean when you're drunk.
God, Dragon. All I want is for
another mimosa.
this- No, all I want is a chainsaw right now.
Yeah, I saw mimosa. Poured the mimosa.
Oh.
It was Brenda's birthday. I had a half bagel and a mimosa.
5 mimosas.
I did not have 5 mimosas.
Okay, 6.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
you
I
are
keep getting the
so
number wrong.
full of shit.
By the way, what was the occasion?
Brenda's birthday. One of the news girls, Brenda. 30 seconds, Tom.
Wait.
30.
You mean Brenda?
Brenda Stewart.
Thing? Yeah.
Who's been here forever.
Almost as long as Tom.
Brenda Ryan is her name. You know that?
Uh-uh.
Boxes are closed.
Oh, shit. Did the camera freeze?
Kelly froze. No, nobody's in there. Yeah, nobody's in there.
Get out and vote, vote, vote. On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Another text. God, I can't believe. Where are people texting from, their cars? Because, okay, here's what it says. It's weird how you've turned into a Trumper. God almighty, I'm far from that. I'm not a harasser either. Get it? Harasser? A harasser? I'm not. Anyway, when you say you haven't, the guy is a criminal and disrespects the military almost every week with words and actions. It's very sad. Man, I don't know who the hell you're talking to, but it ain't me. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here's another one. This one wants to know about umbrella coverage. They want to know, does umbrella coverage on insurance on your house? By the way, you don't get it on your house. Let me explain this to you. You get umbrella coverage on yourself. You, as a person, have umbrella coverage. The umbrella coverage, by default, extends to your homeowners. And it extends to your automobile coverage, except for one part of your automobile coverage. And you better listen carefully. If you have liability, it will extend to liability. So if someone sues you, and for some reason they have massive losses, and they won't settle for your insurance premium, your insurance limits, they may choose to sue you. Your umbrella coverage kicks in. So if you have $5 or $10 million in umbrella coverage, you're pretty well insulated from damages, right? It will cover you with homeowners liability and your automobile liability. But it doesn't extend your uninsured motorist coverage to you. Let me give you an example of what I mean. If you get in a car accident with someone who doesn't have insurance or who is underinsured, and you have pain and suffering and economic losses totaling $1 million, and they only have $100,000 in coverage, your UM coverage will cover you, your UM, not your umbrella, will cover you up to a certain extent. So let's say you have UM coverage of $500,000. So you'll get $100 from them and $500 from your UM for a total of $600. But if you have $1 million in true provable losses, can you get the other $400 from your umbrella? No, not automatically. Umbrella coverage is to protect you against liability for others. It can, however, extend to your underinsured and uninsured motorist coverage for your own pain and suffering. It can, if you have a special rider. It's called a UM rider. So make sure if you get an umbrella coverage and you want it to cover you, not just for liability to others, but you want it to extend to your UM coverage, your uninsured motorist coverage. In that case, you have to have a special rider. That is very, very important. Now, why would anyone do that? Well, because if you're worth a lot of money or you make a lot of money and someone injures you and they don't have a lot of liability coverage and you're stuck without work or you're miserable, you want to make damn well sure that you're taken care of as if the other person had insurance. And you normally don't cover that much coverage. So in addition to the coverage, if you have an umbrella policy, and that umbrella policy carries a special rider, it will then extend to your underinsured or uninsured motorist coverage. That's really important. Somebody else texted me. Again, I can't believe I hadn't looked at these earlier. 747-999-5280 if you want to text me there. Or give us a call, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. If you have car problems, today's car day as well. We have our car experts standing by. So hang out, 303-713-8255.
And now another insurance story from...
Why is it raining inside?
It's not raining. Our upstairs neighbor tried to fix his own sink. It didn't go well. Now his broken pipes are flooding our apartment.
Oh, so we're just out of luck.
Nah, I got us renter's insurance from Smart Bunny. When we moved in, I downloaded the Smart Bunny app and got coverage in just 60 seconds.
It was that easy?
Seamless. I guess we're lucky to have it.
Seems more smart than lucky.
Well, I didn't want to toot my own horn.
Your horn is underwater anyway.
Get up to $100,000 of personal liability coverage and up to $40,000 of contents insurance with only a $250 deductible for as low as $15 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now and grab some renter's insurance.
Oh, look, the ceiling is collapsing.
We're covered.
Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Republican nominee Donald Trump in Pennsylvania today for a rally this afternoon. Trump recently shifting his stance on reproductive rights, saying he does not support Florida's 6-week abortion ban, and now pledging to make IVF treatments free. ABC's Terry Moran is in Johnstown, outside Pittsburgh.
For the overturning of Roe versus Wade, one of the most popular campaign topics for Republicans. And now it's switched because really the majority of the public polls all showed was supportive of Roe versus Wade. So Trump is now trying to get towards the middle. He's tacking hard towards the middle, supporting government-paid IVF.
The Harris-Walz campaign, meantime, setting off on a reproductive freedom bus tour in battleground states. Extreme temperatures have eased. Volatile storms, though, are now the concern in parts of the South and the Midwest. That has millions of travelers set out for the Labor Day weekend. This is ABC News. 31-year-old NHL star and Columbus Blue Jacket player Johnny Gaudreau was killed along with his brother while cycling after being struck by a vehicle in southern New Jersey last night. ESPN's Mike Greenberg has more.
The Blue Jackets have released a statement. The Columbus Blue Jackets are shocked and devastated by this unimaginable tragedy. Johnny was not only a great hockey player, but more significantly, a loving husband, father, son, brother, and friend. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to his wife, Meredith, his children, Noah and Johnny, his parents, their family, and friends on the sudden loss of Johnny and Matthew.
Police are investigating it as a possible drunk driving incident. Thousands of honeybees forced kids out of their classrooms at high school near Philadelphia. North Penn's School District Facilities Director Tom Schneider says a beekeeper now hired to humanely remove the colony from those infested classrooms. The removal takes place over the holiday weekend. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hey, sis. Missed you this morning. Kim told me you weren't feeling well, so I'm just doing a self-care check.
Oh, thank you, friend.
How you doing?
Girl, listen, my energy was so low because I didn't eat breakfast when I got up, so I had to miss virtual yoga with y'all.
Trust me, I understand.
But I'm doing much better now that I've eaten, so I'm back on track.
Great. In that case, let's get some steps in tonight. I'll come over and we can walk around the lake.
Sounds good. Appreciate you being in my business, too. Now, let me get in yours. Did you check your blood pressure today?
I did that and my squats, okay?
Okay.
High blood pressure is not going to be my friend if I can help it. See you at 6?
Let's get it. See you then.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Check in on one another and be a part of a healthy blood pressure movement. Rally your squad to take the online pledge.
Arthritis or whatever they call it.
Oh.
Do I have money to go to a doctor? No.
Dale's using this as a last, using that's the last resort. I said you should have your law firm make a phone call to the HOA.
Right.
Yeah, these
More teeth than us.
These people that
Oh, we
call
have
us first
shit
and
insurance
totally
right now
ignore 10
because
other
Adam's
steps.
unemployed.
You go through Cobra, right? That should be the.
Cobra?
Yeah.
No. Cobra was like $3,800 a month.
Cobra was pretty good when we were on it.
$3,800 a month? That's good.
Yeah, but no, this was.
Like I said yesterday, it annoys me though. The people that call.
Back then.
They
No,
don't know
I
the
went with
price, don't
Integra,
know the money
and all they
spent,
could get
don't know
us
who they
was
they don't know anything.
coverage
when they call here?
Yeah.
of
So they'll call.
Dan, yeah.
yes.
Why the fuck would you spend, $1,500 for your new engine?
And Ryan pays me with pickles.
You don't want to say that. Your husband could be listening to you too. You don't want.
Oh,
Wow.
shut up. You know what I meant.
She didn't read the contract. They said you have an engine replacement on your contract.
What was the warranty company you said that was a good one? SP?
It was good. I Googled it.
I don't know.
Why didn't you look at it?
Because I don't qualify. I'm not old enough. You have to be 55.
Called them this morning or yesterday?
Yes.
No, you don't have to be 55. That's bullshit. Medicaid, you'd have free medical care.
But they were very, all she needs to do is
That's the
contact
one
us.
good thing Obamacare did for people who don't have high income.
One she spent like $5,000.
No subsidy, nothing. You don't pay enough,
Wise
and I'm not fucking kidding. At worst, though, you would have a small premium with Denver Health. If you make, I don't know how much you make. If you tell me how much you make, I can run the number.
I could, but you.
Yeah, she told us. I should buy a car in 2022.
That slice of pizza had enough good things on it to fill you.
Yeah, you don't need dinner.
There's too much stuff. You don't get to taste the real pizza.
You don't. I
Just
mean,
plain cheese pizza is the best.
Just plain cheese.
The green peppers overpower just
They-
about
everything.
everything else on there.
They could have got it without the pepper.
Yeah,
Yeah, next.
they do. They have a tendency to overpower.
Maybe, like sausage and mushroom at the most. But you don't want heavy stuff like that.
Oh, it's all good.
You okay with sausage?
I'll just amputate the foot.
Pepperoni, Doc?
To me, the pepperoni is too spicy.
Some of it can be. It really can be.
I'm not big on
Oh
spicy
my God.
foods.
Seriously?
Do we have a landline issue?
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by DenverRegen.com. Listen, you've heard of the weight loss drugs, tirzepatide and semaglutide. They really work. You can get all of your supplies for pennies on the dollar from DenverRegen.com. Seriously, you will not find it less expensive for the same supplies and doctor's visits, everything included. DenverRegen.com, just a few $100 a month compared to $1,400. You're going to save a ton of money. DenverRegen.com. Let's talk to Floyd. Our number is 303 Martino 303-627-8466 or 303-713-TALK. What's going on, Floyd? What's happening?
Well, Tom, I sure hope you have your wand today.
Uh-oh,
working.
what happened?
I don't know if you still have any contacts with CenturyLink, Lumen. They're totally incompetent. I live in Denver with my wife and my family. My in-laws live in Thornton. They're in their upper 80s. They have what you would expect from medical issues and beyond. They rely on a landline. That they have for many decades.
Hey, did they ever call us before?
No.
Okay, because I got a call from an older couple.
It wasn't them.
Okay, so
and
go ahead. Tell me about it.
I found out that we tried to contact them because we're always in touch with them on last Friday, and what wasn't getting through. No signal, nothing. I did a troubleshooting online via CenturyLink's their software. The test was failing, so we came out on Saturday, spent all day Saturday and all day Sunday. I took a look at the network interface, determined that it was getting power, and determined that it was the fiber optic line that was going to the interface. So they have fiber to the interface, and then it's a twisted pair from there into their house. So I know that it's the fiber line somewhere, CenturyLink stuff. So Monday was the first time I could actually talk to somebody to schedule the repair. So I called them. I told them that it's an
Floyd,
emergency.
while you're saying all this, I want to explain something to you, and you can still explain it, okay? And I don't want you to think I'm unfeeling or uncaring.
Go ahead.
A change in regulations, okay? It basically says that CenturyLink no longer has to provide landline service. Now listen to what this means. Because I know what you're going to say. Well, if we're paying for it, they should supply it. That's absolutely true. But here's what I'm getting at. I went through this the other day, and in the regulation, if they breach your contract to supply a landline that you're paying for, your recourse is to stop paying for it and to get a refund for the time you were not served. Your recourse is not making them supply the landline, nor can you make them fix it. And I'm going to tell you why. They're no longer regulated that way.
Hold on. How could they not supply a 911 service that we're paying for? How can they not maintain it?
If you're paying for it, listen, they're breaching your contract. Therefore, you really have to hear me, Floyd. You can't make them supply it if you're paying for it and they are not living up to their contract. You have a right to get that money back that you paid while it was not working, and you have a right to not pay them anymore. You do not have a right to make them fix it. I know it sounds weird and you're thinking, oh no, they have to supply it. No, they do not have to supply it.
When did this change happen?
It happened in its order number 1972. It ended the requirement for telecom companies to supply, maintain, and landline services of all kinds, including 911. And this, I don't have a date.
How the heck does that work for seniors?
Hold on, I'll find it.
Vulnerable people.
Hold on. The way it works is this. When something's not available, it's not available. I mean, what if seniors wanted to move out to the country and they don't have a landline out there? The way you buy them cell phones.
No, so I understand that they're not required to look. The law. And
by the way, I'm not arguing with you.
I understand. I understand. You're just giving me information.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but there's a difference between moving to an area that doesn't have service, where it's not possible for them reasonably, to do. And there are plenty of areas in the nation that are in that scenario. But this is an existing line that's been in existence for 50 more years.
That's right, Floyd. And they're no longer obligated under the Telecommunications Act to maintain it.
So let's get to the possibility of problem solving on this. So I put in an FCC complaint last night. That's going to
No one's going to make them fix anything.
Listen, I put it I put it. I'm just giving you the updates where it stands, and you could determine where you may be able to help
Sure.
or where you may not.
Sure.
The FCC complaint is in. I had an appointment for Wednesday. I had another appointment for Thursday, and I had an appointment for this morning till noon. All 3 appointments have been missed. Never got a call from the tech. I've had it escalated. I have no contact.
Floyd, do you know why?
For corporate.
Do you know why?
Well, I know why. They're incompetent. They're siloed.
No,
in
that's
every
not.
place.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, they are.
They're no more incompetent. They're no more incompetent than a company that used to offer blacksmith services that doesn't do it anymore. They just don't staff like they used to for a dying technology. Floyd, but
Well,
there's
they have their techs out there. They're scheduled. They are doing work. They may not have enough.
That's right.
but
They don't have enough. But there's another
when
underlying, Floyd, there's another underlying reason. And I just want to tell you the truth because there's no sense lying to you. They don't want your landline business.
Where do you have, let's move forward from this. You have any contacts in Century League?
Yeah, we do have contacts, but
okay.
Listen, if they
I don't have any contact within corporate repair beyond the basic where they channel you. I've gone.
we have what's called
everywhere.
the corporate angel, and here's what they usually.
I got it. That's
what
why
they
I'm calling
usually
you.
what they usually do for us. They do sometimes. They'll escalate something and help, but I will say if it's in an area that has been abandoned, and this is not an efficient.
Abandoned.
What's that?
This isn't abandoned. This is right in Thornton.
I'm not talking about officially abandoned with a sign up. This is abandoned. They have inner workings. They're shutting down their landline business. If
They
this
upgraded the service here to fiber. They're going to maintain the fiber to the house, to the interface, in the hopes that someone.
the reason they're
will
doing
move in.
fiber, the reason they're doing fiber, and that's good, is for broadband where you can have an IP.
I understand
So
all that.
do
I
you
have
have-
that at my house?
Floyd,
So
do
the
you have
point-
fiber going to your in-laws' house?
I told you they have fiber going to the interface. They have twisted pair from that point to inside the house. So they have the fiber. I've already determined the problem is with the fiber.
Okay. Their fiber network, let me just tell you what they're doing. They're upgrading to fiber so they can do broadband. And then those
Yes.
people who want a landline, it's never going to be the same landline. It will be an IP phone.
Yes.
Okay. And your parents, your in-laws will have a similarity to what they have now once that transition is done. In the meantime, during this time of transition, there are going to be many areas abandoned. I'm not talking about officially abandoned. You're not going to see it written down anywhere, but they're not going to dedicate a lot of time and energy to fixing it because it's going away. They're no longer going to maintain any twisted pairs. So until
I don't care about. They don't have to maintain a twisted pair. I don't understand why you're not. Maybe I'm
No,
not
Floyd.
explaining
Floyd,
it right.
actually, I heard everything you said.
I'm
the
not-
problem
no,
is
no,
in.
I'm not
I know. I
asking
heard you,
them to
Floyd. The
touch-
problem is you think I don't listen. The problem
Why
is
are
in.
you
Are you going to
saying
listen to me or
that
not? If not, just hang up. If you want to listen, you said the problem is in the actual digital fiber. Is in the fiber. That's where the problem is.
Yeah,
What
I'm
I'm
not
telling
asking
you,
them to
it is
repair
in the
twisted-
interface of the fiber to the twisted pair. Floyd, I'm sorry. You're trying to resurrect a dead horse, okay? There are ways around it, but you are hell-bent on trying to make CenturyLink perform on a technology they are no longer required to maintain. You're asking for the impossible. It's terrible. And I am sure people who had telegraph service hated it. And people who had steam cars, it's terrible. They're not going to maintain it unless they maintain it just because they have enough time and energy. They're not going to go out of their way. They know that there are other services available. I am not your enemy. I am telling you the state of reality. I swear to God. That is reality. Whether the problem is technically in the twisted pair or in the fiber network, the problem is where it feeds that fiber, that twisted pair or near it, or it might be the fiber network itself. They'll get to that. But they're not rolling a truck because your in-laws do not have landlines. I'm not happy about it. I wish I could wave my magic wand and fix it. I swear to God I do. I can't do it because they just aren't supporting it. Floyd, please don't hear this as me not wanting to help you. We're still going to put in a call.
Tom, calm yourself. Calm yourself.
You know what?
I'm not.
Nobody tells me to calm myself. Go to hell. I'll get as excited as I want. I have to, you know what? I used to have to take that. I don't have to take that anymore. It's called divorce. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
That was beautiful.
That happened.
Best day ever.
Tell me to calm down, you motherfucker.
The highs and lows. The lows, Kelly yelling. The highs, Tom yelling.
This guy, they don't understand. They think they can make it. They depend on their landline. I feel bad for them. I feel fucking crazily bad for them.
You got to move forward with the technology, just like your steam engine analogy. Exactly. And the telegraph key.
QCcolorado.com for the whole house fan. That's the quiet, cool whole house fan. If you want to even out the temps in your home, I urge you to get a quiet, cool fan. If you have lower levels that are cooler than the upper, higher heat levels, you can even out temps that takes the load off your AC. In addition to that, you can use it instead of your AC early mornings or evenings. You can also use it in the fall and in the spring instead of AC. Another thing, during the wintertime when you're all cooped up and you have a mild day, you can air out your home and get in cool, fresh air. It's something that I love. I'm happy I did, and you will be too. Give them a call, 303-800-3419. That's QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419. Hey, Simply Floors, Inc., they do all kinds of floor coverings, everything from luxury vinyl planking to hardwoods to veneers to laminates and carpeting, of course, whatever you want. Buddy and Karen Mitchell are the experts. Of course, they have staff that can go out to your house and help you find the right floors, the best installers in the business. They are number one for installation, sales, and, of course, for their service. Simply Floors, Inc., that's INC. Start on the website, make an appointment, simplyfloorsinc.com.
You need honey.
I found a great way to, on warm days, to get
Good afternoon.
the
Thanks
air
so
out
much
the
for
house.
calling the Tom
Close the
Martino.
door. You open it up.
Versus your fan.
What?
Versus the fan.
Right.
I'll come out and install one for you, Doc.
It's already been installed.
Okay.
No, the QC.
Anybody want something to drink? Not want another Coke, Tom?
Oh, no, I'm good.
No, he had enough caffeine.
Yeah.
Call us for a free consultation so I can show you how much you lost and what we can get back. Our phone number, 720-5.
You want to give a caution light out for this JKR Windows at all?
Oh, yeah, you called. What happened?
It's voicemail.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Okay. The installer seems to be a nice guy, but he's just the installer.
Right. Doesn't have a lot of authority.
No, this is Kelly.
Did you ask him what happened, or?
He says the people mismeasured the
No, I
windows.
meant like what happened to the company, why it closed.
Oh, he says the company's still running. You know what I think happens a lot of times, and Tom's probably seen this with companies, they overexpand
Mm-hmm.
their distribution, and they probably can't handle Colorado. I mean, that's why I was told we didn't get In-N-Out burgers for millions of days, you know?
Yeah, no problem. You take your time.
Hey, Doc.
Yes.
This would be, I know that you know this stuff. Men's problems is low testosterone. Right?
Yeah.
What about women? Is that low estrogen?
Could be, as far as what? Feeling
They have brain fog, all the things.
Yeah, and there's also testosterone for them as well.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, they have some testosterone going around.
Women need testosterone.
They do?
Yeah. And some
They
of the
need a
estrogen-
higher. They need a lower ratio than we do.
Yeah, but some of the estrogen gets converted. It's all basically the estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone. Basically the same basic with a little bit of add-ons to the benzene rings. Same with cholesterol.
Yep. Can't go wrong with Mark Szymanski. You can't go wrong with Mark Szymanski. That's who you want to talk to. Mark Szymanski.
You know, my blood pressure has tanked since I lost my weight.
Went down a lot.
Yep.
I'm down about 40 pounds.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Okay, back to the texting, by the way. And by the way, I do look at the other texts as well. Somebody asked me that, 57739. So let me go there. But people seem to be texting me mostly on my Google phone, which comes right to my cell phone. And you can do that 24/7, by the way. It hasn't been abused. People are asking decent questions. That's 747-999-5280. Now, on the regular text, I have one. Maybe with normal hybrids, you have each system not working harder to move the car, and they support each other. Maybe that's why there's less problems with hybrids than with all electric or all gasoline. That could be. That could be. Now, on a question here, this person, we've heard about this. I don't know if you guys remember it. This person was notified by Uber that they owed for vomiting in a car. And they deducted from their credit card money for damages. Now, this happens to be something we've heard about not once, not twice, but about 3 or 4 times. So I started looking into it. Now, in other cities, they call it the vomit scam. And there's a way to fight it. I'm not kidding. The vomit scam is where a rideshare driver puts in for extra money for so-called damages, saying that you vomited in their car. What happens is they get extra money. And, of course, no vomit, no cleanup, they pocket the money. If your driver has a 4 or 5 rating, 4.5 or 5 rating, you're not probably going to ever have to worry about that. And however, if you have a lower rated driver or a medium grade driver, or the car seems a little sketch, or you have any doubts whatsoever, there's one easy way to combat this, because your phone meta tags every picture. Take a pic before you exit.
Tom, don't all of the clips I've seen on YouTube with Uber and Lyft drivers have cameras on the inside of the car to protect themselves from allegations of misbehavior?
Hold on.
So I'm just asking.
If the guy wants to do the vomit scam, if a driver wants to pull a scam, you think he's going to say, I have a camera that shows you doing it? If it doesn't, he's not going to mention his camera. He's not required to have the camera. Therefore, he'll never mention the camera. And the driver, what's the passenger going to say? I demand to see your camera. He'll say, I don't have one. I mean, yeah, they do have cameras, but they're only going to use it to their advantage. If they're pulling a scam, you're never going to know about it. I mean, if you get a notification that you vomited in a ride share and you have to pay $300 for cleanup, 200, whatever it is, what are the chances that they're going to voluntarily, when you say, yeah, well, I think you have a camera, don't you? I want to see the video. They're going to say, oh, yeah, let me show you the video that doesn't show you vomiting. They're going to deny it. I mean, these guys are scumbags. We're not talking about a normal driver. We're talking about someone who's so nasty that they make something up like this so they can get an extra $150, $300. Who knows? But it's called the vomit scam in other cities. And I've got now, this is my fourth inquiry about it. This person's been charged for the vomit scam. I mean, that's incredible. To me, it's like, wow, what kind of, I don't know. I mean, what kind of person, I got to just write this here. Okay. Now, when you get on these ride shares, there's a lot of scams, but that's definitely one that when you hear one of them, you think, okay, maybe the guy did and he doesn't even remember. But when you start hearing them over and over again, then a pattern develops. A pattern actually develops where you're saying, what the heck is going on? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, somebody with a timeshare says, I was looking to get out of my timeshare, but now I got an offer to rent it. Okay. There's only one thing worse than having a timeshare, and that is renting your timeshare. Yeah, having two. Or renting your timeshare through one of these agencies because they want them to pay up front for the advertising and all of that. No, renting is hard enough, folks. I know a lot of people that have vacation rentals, but they have they have a real home or a real condo of their own. They own it 100%, and they have a management company, and they rent it out. I mean, I know a lot of people who love doing that, and they have other homes that they rent out, but they do it like a real rental. Don't ever go through these agencies. In fact, this is something fair to say. Almost everything involved with timeshares is a scam. How about that? Almost every single thing involved. That's the buying, the selling, the renting, the listing, because a lot of people call you and say, we'll list it. We have a lot of buyers standing in line. So don't pay any money up front, not for any of them. And these people who promise to get you out of timeshares, there are some legit people that can get you out of a timeshare. But did you know how they operate? Do you really know how they operate? How do you think they do this? I'm gonna tell you a story about the true this is inside information on the timeshare liquidation industry. It's now an industry, and you're going to be shocked because you could go into the business tomorrow if you want.
Yeah, he had this
Thanks for
thing
calling
called timeshare exit team.
I know.
And it was a scam.
Did he apologize?
I don't know, but I know he got sued for a shitload of money.
Okay.
Because they were a scam.
Right. But we have one that
we have the Finn Law Group.
Finn Law Group, right.
Over on the west end, several incidents. 6th Avenue east and westbound affected by a crash at Kitling. We're seeing slow traffic in either direction.
What's your name?
Westbound at 6, slow back from Wadsworth. Eastbound 6.
What's your name?
Further west, 6th Avenue again, US. It's both east and westbound roads.
Hey, I'm married to an Adam.
Between Colorado 119 and
All right. I know.
Even further west, I-70
All right.
westbound. We're seeing a weekend stop.
Hang on for me, and
You're welcome.
be with you as soon as possible, okay? No problem.
You know what a nice flight is in the helicopter? A really nice flight? Santa Fe.
Down to Santa Fe?
New Mexico, yeah.
It was a nice flight in an airplane. I mean,
a nice little city.
Yeah.
Plus, it's just a really cool flight. You don't have to go too high.
Yeah.
Just over that one little...
Restaurant Pass?
Yeah. The Art of Granite. Countertops. Prices on the phone. Everything you want. Natural stone. Man-made material. Tear out and haul away. Always free. That's expensive. Think about it. And they actually will do wholesale on materials, and all you pay for is the fabrication and installation. But sometimes those materials are even free if you can find big enough pieces
Okay,
in
oh,
their
I'm getting a
remnant
static. Please
yard.
call me right
They
back.
keep remnants and they'll sell them to you or give them to you actually right now for this special. And all you have to do is call them. And if they have something they think might work, you can talk to them about it. So call and get your price, theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919.
The YouTubers thought you might shoot out to Sterling and go visit Sean. Sterling, he's in the Sterling State Pen.
Oh, Sean,
Yeah,
Sean.
that Sean.
Can you believe these idiots at this car dealership wouldn't come on and talk about the car?
That's crazy. I mean,
I'm going to email them and say, you're a fucking idiot. I'm going to tell them they're idiots.
they would have gotten, all this free publicity.
So many people are afraid.
I must have been on the phone. What car dealership?
This Ineos.
Oh, on that.
To be honest with you, you want to know? If you called, you would have said, the guy marketing person, I don't know much about the vehicles, I can't come in. Can you get a salesperson? This is free publicity. Our talk show host loves them and wants to talk about it. Yeah, she didn't push.
No.
She didn't push. She just said, okay, thank you.
Oh, she didn't know what you were talking about.
She gets pissy sometimes.
I was in there. She didn't know what. How do you pronounce that?
That's why, I know.
I believe this was yours.
Why don't you call them for the hell of it? You like cars. Tell them, look, we're talking this thing up. He just wants to talk to a salesperson. It's totally non-confrontational. We give our word. We wouldn't do that if it wasn't true. We have a very popular show.
Do we have a name of the number?
Here's the number, 719-444-8840. That's the general number. Ask for sales and then say, listen, do you guys have anyone? By the way, tell them, we called earlier, they sent us to a marketing person who said they don't know anything about the vehicle. And all we're trying to do, honest to God, is talk up the vehicle.
Is that the Grenadier?
Yeah.
Grenadier.
Grenadier.
Ineos.
Isn't Grenadier like a cherry liqueur? Oh, it's Grenadine.
Grenadine.
Close.
Grenadier, I think it's an arm, military term from the Revolutionary War. Grenadiers?
Yeah, aren't they like riflemen or something?
They're flintlock sharpshooters.
Oh, the boys ate all the pizza.
God, what a sad story about those two brothers killed.
Oh,
the hockey
crazy.
player and his brother. They were just struck by. Were they out at night riding?
But the guy was drunk. I mean,
So if I get him to talk, I have to have him call into the show then? How am I going to do it?
Well, Kelly will call him. We'll get a number to call him back on. Say, we'll call you right back, man. We just want to talk up the vehicle.
when we sold my son's car, we did what you suggested. We met them at their bank, and we made them cash the check immediately before we gave them the title.
Oh, before you gave them the title?
Well, we had the title with us.
Right, I know.
We went to their bank. They brought a check. They gave the check to the teller. The teller then gave us a cashier's check for that amount, so we knew that it had already cleared, and then we gave them the title.
Okay.
Get a cashier's check.
That's the only way to do it. Right, Tom?
I think so.
My bank, right after, I gave my kids $100 bill to buy some groceries, and they wouldn't take the damn $100 bill. Embarrassed them.
They wouldn't?
No,
Oh, the kids wouldn't. I thought you meant. I was thinking the store.
No,
would.
it was some money out of my safety deposit box. It was a 1990 $100 bill. It's not that old, but they.
Whenever I play golf
They
with
did out it was bogus.
Kamala's softball interview with Dana Bash on CNN, and Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman joins Dan live in studio at 5:30 on his city's Venezuelan gang crisis. Tune in at 4 here on 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. The only one I recommend for, well, not the only one, but the best I've ever used in real estate for buying or selling. And he'll do a complete valuation of your home free of charge. 303-920-1622. Hey, Adam, you want to sell your car?
Tom, I do. Are you interested in a 24-year-old beautiful blue Jeep Grand Cherokee, sir?
So the Grand Cherokee 2000, that's just the regular SUV, right? I like what they call Jeeps. But no, I'm not.
No, it's
somebody
a Grand
listening
Cherokee,
right now is. I know it. I can feel it in my bones. So what's the deal?
What's the best way to sell it, sir?
What is it?
It's a blue V8 Jeep Grand Cherokee for looking for a site to sell it on. You think Facebook or
how many? Well, first of all,
what would you recommend?
Okay, I'm just going to tell you this. You set yourself up for ripoffs on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace, two of the biggest areas of ripoffs in the world. Okay, that doesn't mean you don't get a crap load of eyeballs and you can't possibly sell it. I would be foolish to say you can't sell it that way. It's just a pain in the ass. But you'll get a lot of people, just like with eBay. But you got to protect yourself. The main thing is protecting yourself. Finding the eyeballs with today's technology is easy. It's going to be easy.
Right.
So put it on Marketplace, put it on Craigslist, but then know the difference of scams. And a scam, there's so many scams. First of all, you only meet in public. And the second of all, you never let them take the car. And if they want to get the car checked, you have to go to their mechanic. You can't let them take it. And then when it comes to payment, it's got to be cash, or you have to literally be at their bank with their cashier's check if they want to do a cashier's check. But then when you're at their bank, you can do cash, or they can issue a cashier's check to you at the bank. That would be fine. Or you can wire funds. But most of the time, people don't know how to really verify a wire, so that's not necessarily great. I wouldn't do Venmo. How much do you want for this car?
Maybe $4,000.
$4,000. How many miles on it?
185,000.
185. And what's been done to it?
It's got new brakes, fuel injectors, spark plugs, belt and whatnot. Great shape. It's been garage most of its life, but
does that have a timing belt?
A chain. It's got the timing chain.
Okay, so you don't have to change it. Okay. And is it in good? Does it look good?
It does. It's in great condition, no rust and whatnot.
All right.
Minor blemishes in the interior, but overall it's in great shape.
All right. So listen, if you're going to sell this for $4,000, you shouldn't have a problem selling it for $4,000. I mean, not really. So what part of town are you in?
In Southeast Aurora.
I mean, that can, finding a car for under $5,000 nowadays is a miracle. It is, but it's got high mileage. There's no doubt about it. And that's just a little, wait, that's not a V8, is it?
It is a V8.
That's not bad.
Engine.
That's not bad. That's a V8. Sure. What do you think they're selling for similar ones?
Well, KBB, which is always hit or miss, is saying anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000. So,
well, man, I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm seeing them for way more than that.
Oh wow, okay.
I mean, I'm seeing them. I love Cars.com. They're pretty accurate, and Cars.com keeps track of everything. And what they do is then they give you a gauge on whether it's a good deal or not. And yours is an extra screaming deal. Did you know that? Maybe you didn't know that, bro.
No, it's good to know. I'll check out Cars.com. That's very helpful, Tom. Thank you so much.
You know what? Yeah, I think it's under. But listen, if somebody right now, you leave your number. If somebody right now listening wants a 2000 Grand Cherokee, 185,000 miles, been maintained, and I'm not trying to sell it. I'm not going to give it any. I'm not going to say it's good or bad. I will say this: as far as price goes, I don't know, man. That is very. Is it the Grand Cherokee L or Grand Cherokee Plain Cherokee XC? Which one?
It's the Laredo edition. So not the limited, but the Laredo.
I wonder what designation that is. Is that the L? Maybe, I don't know. Grand Cherokee.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
This is about 24 years old. So
well, I know.
I don't know if they had that in the 2000. Yeah. So it's just a Laredo. So maybe it is the L. That's a good point.
But I will say this: look, you are asking way under the market.
Okay.
I think you're underestimating you're underestimating what these sell for right now.
Okay.
Again, I'm not telling you to raise the price. I'd love one of my listeners to get a great deal, but I think
Well, then there's an incentive out there for people who are low income can trade in an old 12-year-old or older car for an EV and get $6,000 from the state. So, here's almost someone does it right, they could get an extra $2,000.
Well, hold on. If they get the EV
purchase.
credit, don't they have to get it for what they actually for the EV though, right? They can't take an EV credit and buy another car.
No, they would buy this Jeep and then trade it in for an EV. So it's just a step into the EV market, if you will.
Oh, I never thought of that. Why don't you do that?
Yeah. I'm unfortunately not low income, so knock on wood, I'm very fortunate.
Okay, well, I'm looking at some of these that are as low as yours. No, they're all higher, but they're only a little higher. And then I'm looking at some that are way higher. So I don't even know how they're pricing these damn things. It might just be on condition. Is your condition? Are the seats all good?
Oh yeah, they really are. The seats are good, and interior's in great shape and whatnot. It's been very well maintained.
Any dings? Any big dents or any body work needed?
Nope. There's a couple little baby dents, car doors, but nothing major. It's honestly in good condition.
Okay, let me ask you something. Do you want to give out your number?
Give it off the air if that's okay. If anyone's interested,
if anyone's interested, okay, hang on. Hey, folks, it's not the screaming deal of the century, but it's definitely below market. $4,000 for that. I mean, if it's in good shape, have it checked out, people. Don't rely on me.
Most of the scams on Facebook are people selling things.
Yeah, but the ones buying have all kinds of shit. What did they say?
I have the number of the media relations. They
won't fucking talk.
The corporate. He said, you have to call the corporate. I said, I'd have our producer do it Tuesday, and they might come on. Susie, I'll do it Tuesday. I'll call them, see if I can get them to come on.
Fucking assholes.
And I even said, we want to give you free.
What did they say, Chopper? What did they say?
Hold on. You're losing me here. What are you getting an estimate for?
The phone. She said she was sales.
Well, then she sales.
She just says you got to go.
Okay, what does the roof have to do with your son's death?
Dumbass.
Send us an email.
Fucking dumbasses.
Do you know an
Okay,
Xavier
I'm really
Roybal?
confused now. What did you want to talk
He
to
said
Tom
hi,
about?
and then he commented about you don't have to be low income or something.
You don't have to be low income. What does that mean?
Whatever you were talking with that guy, with that car that you were just talking about.
$6,000 credit.
Yeah.
Oh no! I don't know. What is that deal they're talking about?
I don't know.
Okay, sir, you're talking in circles. I cannot follow you. What does this have to do with your son's death?
So, he was saying about trading it in.
Yeah, you buy a cheap car and you get more credit when you trade it in. Is that
he
what
had
he was
kidney
trying to say?
disease. I'm very, very sorry that he passed away.
I'll be a son of a bitch.
But I
so
don't understand what the hospital
Ineos is listed here. 460 of them on cars.com. Look, have you ever seen them?
Okay,
Tom,
let me put you on
you're
hold,
chasing
okay?
Cars, you like
all right,
the
hang
Teslas.
on 1 second for me.
Truck. That's an ugly car.
This one?
The Ineos.
You think
Good
so?
afternoon. Thanks for calling.
It looks like they
Tom
took
Martino Show.
It looks like they took a Toyota, whatever they call those Land Cruisers in the front.
I don't think they're ugly.
And put something else. I agree with you that the Range Rover is a beautiful car. I wish they lasted.
They get terrible reviews.
I had terrible reviews. But I don't like this. The Ineos looks like they put cars together.
I think it was K&H Home Solutions.
Well, doesn't it look like what was the Toyota Cruiser or Land Cruiser? Yeah.
I like the old Jeep Land Cruiser. You know, the one that looked like a Jeep.
Yeah.
I
like my 57 Chevy with the big tail fins.
Oh. God, that was great in high school. 57 Chevy.
Floyd was pissed at me.
All right.
Actually, my first car was a 56 Pontiac convertible. I thought it was so cool.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom
Pontiac
Martino Show.
57 was kind of like the
No,
Chevy.
56 didn't have tail fins.
Was that Floyd from the phone company, or
Okay.
did he send you an email?
No. But he just wouldn't hear me. I mean, he thought I wasn't listening to him. I know he said the problem was he traced it, and however he did it.
Well, he sounded like he knew a little bit about.
Okay, so if he traced it to the fiber,
Yeah.
and it's not interfacing with the copper, trust me, if their fiber network was down, they'd fix it.
Okay, the easiest thing to do would be to email me at help@troubleshooter.com. And you can please include all of your contact information, and then we can get back with you.
Tom, what station is that?
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Directly.
That's not that little one right in there?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
sir.
a news
So let's get back to it. Do you want to talk to
or
Tom
maybe they
about
have a
your
newscast.
roof or about your son?
Or they're pre-recording something for a newscast.
The roof. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. All right, so you've
Like
got a
they were
bad
using it
roof?
next door today.
Oh, really?
A bunch of people.
Oh.
Sometimes
That's
people...
a sports show in
Oh.
there.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Because when I go in there to make calls, I see sort of sports stuff on the computer.
I think sometimes, though, when there are guests from iHearts around the country, they use these studios.
What's the people on the other where the restrooms do? What do they do?
That's KOA, right?
No, the
that's
ones
sales.
working at
That's
desks.
their sales and
Sales.
Okay, so are you calling us
over
from
there.
a
Yeah, that's
way
just
over
the
State
sales
Farm, or
Got a lot of people.
Yeah, but they're never here anymore. We don't have shit in this building. I mean, this building was just finishing up the remodel right before COVID. I mean, and we had so many people in here every day. Oh my God.
okay, sir. Let's start with
At
your
one
name.
time-
What's your name?
iHeart.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. What?
No, they never really owned it. They leased it, but they lease way less of it now. They used to have the whole building. They used to lease the whole building.
REYMON.
And we had a building engineer and an assistant to the building engineer and janitor. I mean, we over the years we have gone to a shoestring compared to what
Yeah.
Well, I think they're all off today.
yeah. Today there's nobody.
And then Stefan.
I've seen on Monday mornings they're all in there. They have their sales meetings, so it's always full of people.
Your first name, sir.
They're all women between
All
like
right.
20 and
So
50.
I think we're getting some. I think we're cooking with people.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Today is Deputy Day, man. We've had nothing but deputies. We've been sparse a little on calls, but we've had a ton of texts and other topics. And I did not finish the bad restaurant habits. Okay, so hold on. So I said first, they complain about their dish, but they ate most of it. Their kids roam free. They debate menu prices with the staff. They stay past the closing hours. Another one, they snap their fingers, we said, for servers. Or they bring food or drink outside, from outside into the restaurant. I've never seen that. Oh, once in a while I would bring a Starbucks into like a breakfast place. But then I'd still order. They show up 15 minutes late for a reservation, or they leave a mess on the table, such as spilled drinks and food crumbs. Well, come on. All right. Then, or they occupy a table for an extended period of time during very busy hours and just basically milk it. And then the other one is they flirt with the staff. That's obnoxious. Come on. Stephen, what's going on? Or is it Stefan? Stephen?
Hello?
Hey, what's happening?
Yes, I filed a claim back in May about the State Farm about my roof.
Okay. Now, let me ask you. First of all, do you go by Stefan, or Stephen?
Everybody calls me Steve.
Okay, Steve, listen. You're calling about your roof. Was this for a hail damage?
Yes.
Okay. And is the roof finished? What's the issue right now?
No. The roof hasn't. I received the roofer's estimate, $19,000, pictures and everything, and State Farm sent their adjuster out on the 29th of June, and then they sent me the check for $11,000. I guess that's what it is, or a voucher or whatever.
Oh yeah, but then they're going to give you the rest when it's done, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, so State Farm sent you $11,000 to get started. Now what? What else happened?
What is it? Their deductible is $3,200.
Okay. Did you pay the roof or anything?
No.
Good. So what's your question?
Do I? I guess I should wait till they call back. I guess and decide.
Did you sign with this roofer?
Huh?
Did you sign with the roofer? Sign a contract?
No.
Good.
I haven't signed anything.
Good. Don't sign anything. Who is the roofer?
I just got their estimate and pictures.
Who is the roofer?
Huh?
Who's the roofer?
I can't remember the name, but the State Farm furnish. They don't work for State Farm, but they furnish the company to come out.
Okay, Stephen, please listen to me. Don't use that roofer. I'm going to automatically tell you that. If State Farm Insurance recommended the roofer, do not use them. I can just say that as a...
Yet.
What's that?
I said I haven't yet.
I will give you the name of a roofer, 100% reliable, where you don't pay one penny, not one, until the job's completely done.
Is that Red Rocks Roofing?
No, they do solar. They do Red Rocks Roof and solar. It's Excel Roofing. Take down this number. I'm serious, okay? I don't want to see anybody ripped off. I want you to call these people, okay? Just please call them and tell them Tom told. Look, I don't get a dime for that. I want you to call them. But tell them I told you to call, and it's 303-761-6400. And you will... I know that if I send you to them, I don't have to worry about anything. They're not going to take any money. They're not going to take a penny. They're not going to do anything. All they're going to do is do your roof the right way, and when it's done, they'll collect.
Supposed to do some gutter repair, too.
They'll do that, too. I'm telling you. I'm going to just tell you this once. If you use the insurance company's preferred roofer, you will be screwed. Like it or not.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that straight up front. Your insurance company does not, especially State Farm, does not have your best interest at heart.
Yeah, I know. They're too expensive.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. When you're done with State Farm in this claim, you should do an insurance checkup. And I'm serious. You make sure you're not paying too much.
Insurance.
That's all right, Compass. See, you've listened enough. You know what you're doing. So call Excel Roofing, 761-6400. Then call when you're all done and get an insurance checkup to see if you can get better insurance rates, because I'm almost sure you can, but not all the time. Sometimes they can't beat State Farm. Sometimes they can. It depends on the situation. And that's 303-996-9000. So I just feel that I could have saved this guy a big trouble, because what happens with a preferred roofer is preferred for a reason, because they're not going to argue with State Farm. So if State Farm says, we don't need to do this, don't do that new flashing, don't do this, don't do that, then they'll say, okay, because they want to stay preferred. By the way, we're out of time. I want to tell you to remember the number and use it, 303-MARTINO. Leave a message. We will get back to you, 303-627-8466. Hey, have a great extended weekend if you're taking off Monday, and save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
The end of summer sale from ZeroResDenver.com. Best, safest, and most healthy carpet cleaning ever at the best deal yet. Now pay for 2 rooms, get 2 rooms cleaned free. Safe for pets, safe for kids, and better for indoor air quality. Using only super purified soft water. No dirt attracting residue left behind. You must book before September 1st. 303-471-5150. 471-5150.
Lenovo. I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
So I decided on my own.
So I went to Lenovo.com for expert advice.
My solution was a bad fit.
Our new tech is the perfect fit for our team.
When every decision matters, join Lenovo Pro, Lenovo's free membership program at Lenovo.com, and unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
Hi, it's Olivia Munn with my shelter pets, Frankie and Chance. Say hi, guys. When I adopted them, I discovered that they both have incredible personalities. Chance's sole purpose in life is to love and to be loved. Frankie is a little bit of a scoundrel and always entertaining. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the Humane Society of the United States, and Maddie's Fund.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. As Gaza ceasefire talks continue in Doha, an aid organization based in Washington, D.C., says an international aid convoy was hit by an Israeli airstrike in Rafah. Israel's military also continues operations in the occupied West Bank. ABC's Britt Clinnett has more.
The largest IDF operation in the West Bank is now in its 3rd day. The IDF killing a top Hamas commander in Jenin. Hamas also confirming that death. Now, the city in the northern West Bank is still sealed off. We've seen pictures of major destruction in the camp where most of the fighting took place. Palestinian officials say 16 people have been killed, more than 80 injured.
Former President Trump campaigning in Pennsylvania this afternoon, just outside Pittsburgh. He's expected to talk about the economy and his recent pledge to make IVF treatments free. Vice President Kamala Harris off the trail today, but campaigning this weekend in battleground states. And the big getaway for the Labor Day weekend is on, but storms are also on the march this holiday. This is ABC News. U.S. officials warning Americans to take precautions outdoors this holiday weekend as cases of mosquito-borne illnesses remain on the rise.
Nearly 290 cases reported across more than 30 states. In Missouri, 18-year-old John Proctor VI, now on a ventilator, contracting the disease early this month. His parents say symptoms started with headaches and dizziness, then spiraled.
The doctors describe this as a marathon to beat this virus since there's no actual cure for it.
Many who get West Nile may not ever feel sick, but 1 out of every 150 people infected may develop serious, even fatal illness.
ABC's Ariel Reshef, one of the 2 doctors charged in the overdose